Yes, it is time for the Captain's Cast. Greetings. Welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am Captain Garrett of the Swords and Starships Channel, and you have just embarked on this vessel of exploration, of entertainment, nerd culture, all things fantasy, sci-fi, historical, and anything that interests your dear host, Captain Garrett. We have lots to talk about today. I have good news for you. My dear sailors and starnauts. Some good stuff I've watched and some interesting thoughts. Gran Turismo, let me tell you, this movie is a flawless execution of storytelling. Like absolutely flawless. And amid So we're going to get into my review of Gran Turismo, which I absolutely loved. It's a great movie. And we're also going to get into some of my thoughts on Twisted Metal and how that relates to gaming films are triumphant. Video game films. You know, you think about Super Mario Brothers and the triumph of that movie. I feel like the age, and I say this with a hint of melancholy, the age of the superhero is in its twilight, but the age of the video game hero may be experiencing a new dawn. So we're going to talk about that. I have not gotten everything off my chest about Ahsoka yet. So we're going to be talking about Ahsoka. There's Bo-Katan, Ahsoka, Sabine. I gotta find what are all my funny ways to refer to these incredibly stunning and brave, entertaining, strong women. So welcome to the Captain's Cast. I am sorry. I know that I was late today. I was having a little bit of trouble with the official Swords and Starships camera. It's yep. Okay, it's working good now. It is purring like a kitten. It is just a thing of beauty. Do a quick settings check, and we are off to the races. So, okay, well, let's just get into my review of Gran Turismo. Well, all right, before we get into my review of Gran Turismo, okay, can I share with you, my dear sailors and startups, something we have to look forward to? You know, I have said before that I feel films like Barbie and everything in the MCU and the Force is female. I feel like what they have done, all of these woke films that are attempting to push this. I don't even know how to describe it exactly because I love female protagonists. I do. I love badass female protagonists. I always have since I was a kid. I incorporate them into my own writing, but the way that the wokies do it, there is something so obnoxious about it. There is something so obnoxious about how they undertake to. What they do is they create something that is false. It's not grounded. It's a kind of wish fulfillment fantasy, but not in like the good Kill Bill kind of wish fulfillment fantasy. It's phony. It's more like they just took all of the bumper sticker slogans that they have circling around in their head, and then they filtered that through all of their hatred of anyone that doesn't think like them, and then they refined it into just a soup of propaganda storytelling. And what it has done is it has created what I like to call the new noble savage in our society, which is women. They are on a pedestal. They are perfect. They have absolutely no physical disadvantages while having every intellectual advantage over men. And it is not only women that are bizarre race, gender, sexuality obsessed culture has turned into a noble savage. So I wanted to share this with you. Bear with me 1 second here. Here it comes. Share screen. By the way, we are live streaming on Rumble and X as well. A legend. A legend is reborn. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this, my dear sailors and Stardaughts? Oh my god. I haven't even seen this yet. I'm already laughing. What is this? All right, I'm gonna make sure. Let me see. Okay, good. Rumble is up and running. Rumble is doing good. We are all systems go. Okay, here we go. The street, sure, instead of an actual Sherwood Forest, it's the corner of Sherwood and Forest. Oh my god. Okay. Do you know how this happens? Do you know how this happens? This happens when you spend your entire life in a woke fishbowl. Like you don't. Okay. I watched so great YouTube channel, Think Before You Sleep. I've just discovered it. He was on Friday Night Tights. He does great little sort of documentaries about just different bizarre things going on in our culture. And he did one about a group of people on, it's like a TV show on Jubilee, and they pick like six young feminist people, men, women, and other, and they're all just together, and it's like listening to cult members talking to each other, and they're all terrified. They're all terrified that the other person, that they're going to fail the purity test and that all the others are going to turn on them. And so they're basically being asked questions about, like, do you think, incredibly trenchant, just deep philosophical questions like, do you think women should have rights? The fact that like modern leftists even think that this is a question worth asking is so stupid. Do you think we want a full 1,000 word essay? Do women deserve rights? Okay, anyway. And they're like, they kind of are looking at each other before they answer the question. It's like hostages. And I just think when you spend your whole life in that, this is what you think is a good idea. Instead of Sherwood Forest, it's the corner of Sherwood and Forest. Okay, roll the tape. Roll the tape.
Try to hide behind the mask. I see the snake in the grass. Running for your life. Here we
go, no. Fight the power. So this is coming this fall to global streaming on Stack TV.
If they come and get you, no one gonna miss you. You hide behind the grass, harass. You a snake in the grass, all you did was harass. You a snake in the grass, all you do was harass. You a snake in the grass. Running for your life, here we come, baby.
Oh boy. No. Hail, Fu Man Blue. Welcome aboard. Captain Salute. Good to see you. I hope you did not miss. I hope you didn't miss this, Fu Man Blue. Star Fury's in the chat. Hail, Star Fury. One more time, just for anyone that's just coming in. This is a new series premiering on Stack TV. I talked through some of it, so here we go. No, I just do not miss this part. This is Robin Hood. Modern Robin Hood, everybody. This is not Sherwood Forest. This is the corner of Sherwood and Forest. Is she a bad guy? Is the cop a bad guy or not? See, this is what I'm wondering. Is she just like, but she's a whammon, so how could she be evil? That's my whole thing. But Oh, no. Oh, God. You know, woke people. Oh, oh, shit. I wasn't sharing it. Dang it. Okay. I'm sitting here laughing. I'm just laughing like an idiot at the screen. All right. Sorry, chat. Here we go. One more time.
Try to hide behind the mask. I see the snake in the grass. Running for your life. Here we come, baby. If they come and get you, no one gonna miss you. You hide behind the grass, harass. You a snake in the grass, all you did was harass. You a snake in the grass, all you do was harass. You a snake in the grass.
Slay. I don't. I don't even know what that is. I don't know. I don't know how to do culturally. I am a nerd. Okay, I am a nerd. But that's like slay queen, slay queen. It's just, woke people have too much time on their hands. They live in wealthy. They live in the wealthiest societies that have ever existed in human civilization ever. They have more social, economic, and frankly, political freedom than humans have ever had in the history of humanity. They live in the lap of luxury. Us too, self included. I'm just saying, this is the problem when I see something like this is, I'm not opposed to the idea of a modern retelling of, not in the way they say modern retelling. Let me just be clear. In other words, I am okay with a retelling of a Robin Hood story set in the modern world. They did this with Sherlock. The BBC did this brilliantly with Sherlock Holmes, and it worked really well with Benedict Cumberbatch. It can be done, and I think it can be excellent. Unfortunately, we live in opulent societies in which we want for almost nothing. When you really think about it, it's partly what's causing us to go kind of insane is because we have it too easy. So they live in these luxurious societies with all these freedoms, and they spend all their time looking for everything that oppresses them. And if they had any concept of what it would have been like to live in the Roman Empire, or to be a serf in feudal England, or to be effectively living under the boot of a samurai in feudal Japan, or what it would have been like, to be a slave to the Aztec Empire, where your friends, family, and children could any day of the week be sacrificed and cannibalized for the Aztec Empire. I think about how much suffering and misery the human race has endured for hundreds, thousands of years. And so they want to tell a story about a guy robbing from the rich to help the poor. And so what are their enemies? Their enemies are police officers who respond to them when they call for help. Well, when something bad has happened, who is the first person that they want to call? That their enemies are the people that employ them and give them jobs so that they can order Uber Eats and Starbucks and bitch about the patriarchy. They have plenty of time to bitch. You know why people weren't bitching about the patriarchy back when there actually was a patriarchy in, like, say, the 1720s? Do you know why people weren't bitching about it? Because nobody had freaking time. Everyone was busy trying to prevent having a famine, trying to raise crops, trying to survive childbirth, survive, smallpox, trying to carve out some small enclave of freedom in a world dominated by aristocratic control. So I just find this hilarious because I'm like, what are you so? Anyway, it is ridiculous. But this is the thing. I mentioned that, like, women are the noble savage, right? That would be a reference to my take on Barbie. Every minority is being treated like a noble savage in our society. And I just can't help but think, like, if you are a member of, let's say, a minority, which this is clearly pandering to, is this what you want? Is this how you want to be treated by artists, like trying to like create something to entertain you? You want to be treated like you're this. Anyway, I'll just leave it at that. But the chat is going by fast. So, but Star Fury says, isn't this cultural appropriation? And you are exactly right, Star Fury. You're right about this. That it is. This is the thing. Everything that the wokies believe. This is why I find woke culture. And for those like, yeah, what do you mean by woke culture? What I mean by woke culture is radical leftist intersectional identity politics propaganda, which employs as its tactics pure, unadulterated totalitarianism in order to get its way. And one of the key indicators of this is that every ideology they profess only goes in one direction. Every single, do you notice this? Every single thing they advocate for leaves the inclusion and representation crowd. Every single thing they advocate for leaves someone out. And we kind of know who that is in our society. But the idea is you can't appropriate the cultural elements of another culture, because that is taking something from their culture without permission, without respect, and then profiting from it. But that only goes one way, because if you do that to European culture, that's totally fine. Like the new Snow White remake, which is based on a European fable from the 1800s, that is perfectly okay to appropriate and to completely radically alter. Essentially, those of European descent in society have no rights. They have no rights to, and I'm not talking about in a practical legal sense. I'm saying in the worldview that is being advocated. Europeans have no rights to the very same things that they are all demanding, which is that, they want, anyway, I don't even believe in cultural appropriation, but I'm saying they don't even follow their own rules. It's a deeply unprincipled movement. Star Fury says, Jesus, I want to drop an asteroid on Canada from orbit. No, eh? That's awfully harsh, I don't know if that's what we need. Fu Man Blue says, Jordan Peterson says their courts are making him go to sensitivity training. They are. And that is horrific. That is absolutely Orwellian. And yes. And we on the Captain's Cast, we shall never surrender. We shall never surrender to such intimidation. Star Fury says, I want to be in those sensitivity training sessions. I bet he makes them all cry. Yes, we have entered a phase of civilization in which the stick is being employed against those that want to be free thinkers. Those who want to be free thinkers in our society and do not want to conform we're being made examples of. And there's a great, amazing miniseries. I don't know why I've never seen this before, but it stars Kit Harington, who played Jon Snow. It's called Gunpowder, and it's about the gunpowder plot in the 1600s to blow up Parliament. This is where, Guy Fawkes, V for Vendetta, the famous Guy Fawkes plot. That's what this is about. And it's a period piece. It's marvelous, by the way. It's absolutely excellent. So I'm going to be talking about that later in the stream. But it was stunning to me how relevant it is to today, because the whole point is that historically, Catholics were being oppressed in England, and they were being hung, burned at the stake. They were being crushed to death with stones. These were horrific practices. By the way, Protestants were enduring the exact same fate in countries like Spain and Portugal. And it portrays it portrays the way that human tribalism results in us constantly doing this to each other, that we constantly start looking for purity tests. And if you fail the purity test, you must be destroyed. And I feel that what we're enduring is, the wokies have made the decision. It's their way or the highway, and they simply will not relent until they get total victory. So, but That is also their downfall. You know, J.R.R. Tolkien, there is great wisdom in the Lord of the Rings. Evil has a way of undoing itself. It has a way of undoing itself. Fu Man Blue says, yeah, no joke. A fly on the wall would get a nice show, meaning in the sensitivity training. Star Fury says, trying to survive disease. Yes, referring to what occupied most people's minds back in the day. Yes, so Fu Man Blue says, I got on locals. Oh, at Star Fury. How do I connect with you through chat? I think, you know what you can do, Fu Man Blue, is you can create a post. And I'm still learning locals myself. You can create posts. People can reply to the posts. I think you could probably click on Star Fury's handle. Yeah, see if you can figure that out. Let me know in the chat. So yes, moving on. Yeah, I just thought I would treat you to Robin Hood. I just can't get over Sherwood and Forest, ladies and gentlemen. The word that comes, the phrase that comes to mind is too clever by half. Now, I have just seen an excellent film yesterday called Gran Turismo. So I wanted to tell you about this. So basically, here's the story. It's based on a true story, the actual true story of Jan. Grabbing the IMDb real quick. For whatever reason, every time I saw his name in the film, I cannot pronounce it. Mardenborough. It's because the British say it so fast, like Mardenborough. I'm like, Marburr? It's like, no, his name, Jan Mardenborough, who is basically a gamer who is playing, of course, they're very specific about this in the film, not a video game, a racing simulator called Gran Turismo. And they did a competition. This is a real thing that happened. Nissan partnered with PlayStation and did this competition where the top players of Gran Turismo would be selected to actually be trained and compete as actual race car drivers. And Jan, he qualified and he got into this. So the film basically starts out with, you know, he's a teenager. He's kind of a little bit of a disappointment to his father. You know, he lives in I don't think he lives in London. I know he's in England in the story. Anyhow, he kind of dreams of being a race car driver. It's what he's always wanted to do, but he's sort of living in his brother's shadow. His older brother is sort of everything his father wants him to be, which is, you know, his father was a pro soccer player, I believe. And the older son is just a star athlete. So he's following in his father's actual footsteps, and his father's keeps praise on him. Father's name is Steve Mardenborough. So Steve basically kind of favors his older son. He sees his younger son, Jan, as being a bit of a screw up. He's, you know, he basically thinks what my parents thought of me when I was playing video games. Like, why are you wasting your day playing video games? So to him, the racing Gran Turismo was just a video game that's wasting Jan's life. And he needs to take his life seriously. But Jan kind of just wants, he gets this opportunity to qualify for this race. And there's a really great, in Act 1, there's a really great element of how nobody takes this seriously except him. And there's even a moment where he's like, he can't even tell his father that he's got to be somewhere because he's got to be there to get in this Gran Turismo competition so he can win the race and get into it. And he can't even tell him because, you know, this is a pipe dream. This is a pipe dream to all the other people in his life. And he's already feels like a disappointment to his father, who he does look up to. And I really related to this. I related to this a lot because, you know, when you want to be a writer and you want to like do YouTube and stuff like that, people are like, okay, but like, how are you going to actually make a living? And it's like, well, I haven't figured that out yet. Anyway, so I would say the next kind of I think what I can tell you without any spoilers, because I don't want to do any spoilers for the film. What happens next, he does qualify. He gets into training for this race. One of my favorite parts of this story is that nobody really believes in Jan. But not only that, Orlando Bloom plays the guy whose brainchild all of this is, Danny Moore. So Orlando Bloom plays Danny Moore, and he's kind of the marketing guru that figured out this idea. This idea that he's going to look, nobody really cares about cars anymore is his pitch to Nissan. He's like, nobody sees cars as freedom, which is an excellent thematic element in the story that I really love, which is that young people today, they're on TikTok, they're ordering Uber Eats, everything is they're ordering on Amazon. To them, cars don't represent freedom the way that they did to youth in, say, like the 60s and 70s. And I found that a really interesting point. And so he's saying, if you want to sell more Nissans, you need to tap into a massive market, which is the 80 million players of games like Gran Turismo. But there's, even though Nissan kind of buys his idea, they're very skeptical about it. And everyone else, including in the racing community, all think that this is a boondoggle. This is a stupid idea. It's never going to work. So there's a really great thematic element of the story of basically people with big dreams who have to persist in pursuing those dreams, even though no one believes in them. And everyone thinks they're just going to embarrass themselves. And Danny Moore's character feeds into that. Jan's character feeds into it. And David Harbour, who is excellent in this film, is Jack Saltaire, who is he was a former racer and he's an engineer. And Danny Moore has to hire him to make sure that this is safe, to make sure that, nobody gets themselves killed. And at first, Jack Saltaire thinks this is a stupid idea too, but his life is so shitty working for these spoiled rich guys that he specifically is working for Nicholas Kappa, who is essentially kind of the nemesis in the film for Jan. He's this spoiled rich kid who just buys his way into all the racing stuff. And he's basically just hiring Jack to be his engineer and to just do whatever he says. And so Jack's like, screw you. I'm going to go try this thing. So he signs on to the Gran Turismo program. He functions as a kind of surrogate father, but also a kind of drill sergeant to Jan and the other racing Gran Turismo hopefuls. And he is excellent at this. This is such a great mentor-mentee story. If you love stories about characters who have to like train and get good at something, and they have kind of the wise sensei training them, this is one of the best. And this is an excellent piece of classic storytelling. So that pretty much sets the table for the story. Jan is competing against real race car drivers that, turn up their nose at him. He has a rival that is this kind of spoiled rich kid that has everything handed to him. And they don't think he's a real race driver. Jack Saltaire, his coach, his mentor, is kind of half doesn't believe in him either, which is a great element of the film. So that pretty much sets up the story. And I have got to tell you, this is an excellent movie. It is an excellent movie. In fact, I would place it on the why don't we take a look at the Blake Snyder 10 genres? Because I was thinking as I was watching the film, no, wait, actually, that's the wrong one. Hang on. This is the one I want. I was thinking, is this a superhero story? Is this a, what was I thinking? Superhero story or a Golden Fleece story? Could be. I'd say racing competition films, sports films often can be a Golden Fleece story, but I actually don't think that's what it is. All right, just turning on my dark mode so that I don't kill your eyes here. So yes, so this would be the Save the Cat 10 genres of films. And I actually think this is an excellent rites of passage, rites of passage story. I would say, yes, I would stand by that. Almost functions as a good buddy love story too. But in any case, rites of passage. This genre is more of a post-Freudian phenomenon, although examples of it dot the ages. It is literally a life passage from one age to another, and only when the hero can embrace his or her own warts will he or she be saved. Rites of passage stories contain a life problem from puberty to midlife to death. These are the universal passages, a wrong way to attack the problem and a solution that involves acceptance of the hard truth the hero has been fighting and the knowledge that it is not the world that must change, but the hero. So examples are the 400 Blows, 28 Days, 10, Kramer versus Kramer, Ordinary People, 9, Napoleon Dynamite, Lost in Translation, Up in the Air, Broken. Now that I read this, I don't know if I would say that it is. It might actually be a Golden Fleece story. Just basically, and it would be more of a spiritual Golden Fleece story. But the reason I say rites of passage is because, actually, no, I'm kind of going to stick with rites of passage. I'll tell you why. Because this is a story about, he's a young man who is going nowhere in life, and he doesn't have the respect of his father, but he does love and respect his father, which is a great element. This is a great father-son story. This is a great, coach-athlete story. This is a great, triumph of the spirit kind of story. So probably it is Golden Fleece, I would say. It's probably more Golden Fleece than Rites of Passage. But the reason why I tilt towards Rites of Passage is because there's so many elements about the father-son relationship. And if you want a film that is an excellent father-son story, I'm going to tell you right now, the Captain will be very honest about this. I get emotional. In good movies, I get emotional. I don't allow anyone to see it, and I deny it later. So that's just between you and me. Don't tell anyone this. This is just us friends, okay? And I'm going to tell you, I got dusty. It got a little dusty in that theater. And it was during kind of one of those father-son moments towards the end of the film. And let me tell you something. I've said this before on the channel. I long for that experience in movies when the movie just takes over and suddenly I'm no longer thinking about the fact that I'm watching a movie. I'm just in it and I just feel emotions as I'm watching it. And when I get that feeling, that's a winner. That is a winner right there. That is a film I can get into. In fact, I would say Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 came close to that a couple of times, but then the weird shit kept happening in between those scenes that it kept taking me back out of it. So that's why I just could never get into Guardians 3. But it's a powerful story because it has to do with fathers and sons and how they can sometimes not understand each other and earning each other's respect. And it's excellent. It hits every right note. You then also, and there's an interesting angle with David Harbour's character. And I love David Harbour from playing Hopper on Stranger Things. He's don't read his tweets. Don't read his tweets. He's got the kind of Mark Hamill thing going on when it comes to tweeting. But leaving that aside, we, not infected with the woke mind virus, are capable of watching people who have differing political views actually, and actually appreciating their work in spite of having those disagreements with them. That's just something, that's our superpower. Anyway, he is almost a competitive figure for Jan's father because Jan's father, Steve, who's played by the brilliant, his name is difficult to pronounce. I love this actor, though. Djimon Hounsou. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Djimon Hounsou plays his father. And he's kind of in this unspoken competitive relationship with Jack Saltaire, by the way, I love how Jack starts out. Jack basically says, you kids are gamers. He said that they're the Nissan guy over here. He's here to prove you guys can do this. I'm here to prove you can't. And like Orlando Bloom's character, he's like, oh, they're all like looking around. And basically, he is a freaking boot camp drill sergeant, and he is kicking their asses. And at first he looks at Jan and he's like, look, dude, you can't do this. There's no shame in that. Don't feel bad. off you go home. And then Jan kind of, he makes an incredible analysis about the car that he figured out through his actual hours and hours spent playing video games. And it impresses Jack enough that he's like, okay, you get some credit for that. And so slowly but surely, Jan is earning Jack's respect. And as he earns Jack's respect, this kind of surrogate father-son relationship emerges. And what's interesting about it is Jack seems to understand Jan's dream in a way that Jan's actual father can't, because Jan's actual father was a different kind of athlete. He doesn't understand video games. He doesn't understand the world of racing or cars. And so you get this kind of unspoken competition between these two father figures. And the story pays that off beautifully in the end of the film. I feel like kind of both of those arcs mature in the third act in a way that's powerful. It's emotional. I talk a lot about, some of the problems with these other shows that I'm watching, like Ahsoka. There's no emotional core with these characters that carries you through it. And look, I'm going to be honest with you. Racing movies are not really my bag. They're not something I go out of my way to see. But, this one was getting good reviews. And look, a man who is, in the desert looking for water can't afford to be choosy. Okay. So I'm like, if this movie looks like it's going to be good, I got to give it a shot. And I've got to tell you, this is classic storytelling, folks. That Gran Turismo is a classic piece of storytelling because it hits all the right beats that you have to hit. It's got an emotional core. It's got a father-son story. And by the way, mentor-mentee relationships. So this could be anything. This is old Zorro teaching new Zorro. This is what would be a good example of this? There's 1,000 movies that have this element, but I'm just drawing a total blank right now. But like a real passing of the torch story where you have a mentor who is training a mentee. Actually, it's kind of a weird pull, but I just pulled it in my memory here. The movie Hook, where old Peter Pan has to learn to be Peter Pan again. And there's this kind of mentor-mentee relationship he has with the Lost Boys who are teaching him how to fly and all that stuff again. When this is done well, it is really, really excellent. And this movie does it really well. So it's got that classic dynamic. And I'll tell you something else. So the Blake Snyder beat sheet, which I believe I have it right here. Yes. Analog. This is analog. Yes. This is the Blake Snyder beat sheet. I keep this next to me while I'm writing. And it is essentially, I guess I should pull it up. Can I pull this up? Captain's chair. It's malfunctioning. Blake Snyder beat sheet. It's hard to find something that looks good, for the stream. When I search for this, I should really just get it loaded up. Blake Snyder beat sheet. This stream is a little bit for aspiring writers and artists, so I would say. This is okay. Here we go. I can share this. This should be good. Yeah. So in proper story structure, right? So this is mostly a film structure, but I believe this works for novels. I believe this works for individual episodes of a TV show, right? And this is essentially the main components of a successful story, right? So you have opening image, setup, theme stated, catalyst. Catalyst is very important. That's what actually kicks off the story, gets it moving, the debate. And there's a couple of points in the story that I really love, which is the bad guys close in, all is lost, and the dark night of the soul. Now, these are really, in good films, these are the best parts of the movie. These are always the best parts of the movie. So bad guys close in is essentially when the villains, the enemies, regroup and they strike back. This is kind of the Empire Strikes Back moment of the story. Now, this doesn't necessarily have to be actual bad guys. Sometimes this is, if it's a film like The Perfect Storm, it's actually the storm that is the bad guys closing in. Or if it's just a movie like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, it's Nurse Ratched is closing in. So it can really be, it can be a force. It can be the character's inner demons even. So this film, I kind of felt like I had it figured out. I'm watching it and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a nice bad guys close in. And boy, was I wrong, because when the bad guys close in this movie, Gran Turismo, it is, I had it. This is rare that this happens when I'm watching a movie. I literally was like, I had this, oh shit, I was shocked. It was awesome. Which was followed by an absolutely heart-wrenching all is lost moment, which is basically when the character is at their lowest, the character or characters are at their lowest point. Like, this is when Luke has just had, his hand cut off, and he's hanging on that little, this is one of the most blood-curdling things I've ever seen in a movie, by the way. But he's at the bottom of Cloud City, Luke Skywalker at Empire Strikes Back, and he's missing a hand, and he's holding on to like some kind of antenna or something over an endless, bottomless fall into this gas giant, and he's crying for help with nowhere to go. That's a pretty good all is lost moment. And then Dark Night of the Soul, which is usually when the character is feeling hopeless. So, oh, thank you, Star Fury. Star Fury with a £2 proper money super chat. Take a drink on me for another great stream. Well, thank you, Star Fury. Very generous, sir. Captain salute to Star Fury. And Star Fury's, let's see. I missed a couple. Fu Man Blue says, I looked it up. You can only talk to the creator. I think Locals is just a way. Oh, yeah. So it's Locals is kind of like a Patreon. But let's do this. I'm going to be working this week. I promise more on this on Thursday's live stream at the latest. I will get us a Discord set up. I think Discord's probably the better way to go. So I'll set up a Discord, and then we can have that going as well. So Star Fury says, love your analysis of movies and breakdowns of tropes. Well, thank you. And yeah. Let me know if you guys like this kind of stuff. I'll do a deeper dive as well, because I love, look, some people are into cars and they can tell you about an engine and all the parts that make the engine work. All I know about a car is that it's on wheels. Okay. That's about it. And that when there's blinky lights, that's bad. That's basically all I know. There's people who could break down sports statistics and tell you why, this athlete or that athlete had the most incredible record of all time. It's like, I can't tell you any of that. What I can tell you is I could tell you what's under the hood in just about any story. This is why I love Mahler so much. Any story. That to me is the engine I love deconstructing. So if you guys like this, we'll keep doing it. So anyway, Star Fury says, you old man and your papyrus. Oh, yes. Speaking of the paper, I like paper. You need paper sometimes. Fu Man Blue with a $2 super chat. Make it 2, you lush. Oh, thanks, Fu Man Blue. I appreciate it. Thanks, you guys. I love having you in the chat. Love having you here. And thank you to anyone watching the stream. Throwing me a like or a subscribe. I really appreciate it. This is the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel. And we're talking about Gran Turismo. And so anyhow, The Dark Night of the Soul is, I'm trying to think of like one of my favorite. There's a great one in Rocky. Was it Rocky 2 or Rocky 3? I can't remember which one it was now, because I love the Rocky films. I've always been a huge fan of the Rocky films. And there's I think it might be the second one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I think it's the second one where he's going up against Apollo Creed for the second time. And he's been training for this, but he begins to doubt himself. And there's a moment in the film where Adrian, who's pregnant, has like a serious problem, and she goes to the hospital, and he's desperately worried about her, and he blames himself for causing the stress, and that's kind of his dark night of the soul. And what's beautiful about it is she wakes up in the hospital bed, and she basically just says, win. She tells him, just go win. And I freaking love that. And I might be confused. There's another scene, and I might be Rocky 3, where she's once again giving him this kind of like pep talk, this encouragement. And he kind of just breaks down and admits, I'm afraid. I'm afraid. He's afraid of, I think it was Clubber Lang in that one, and played by Mr. T. And he just admits to his wife that he's terrified. He's terrified of this boxer and he doesn't think he can beat him. And I would say that is just an amazing Dark Night of the Soul moment for a character. So there you go. That is kind of a... Now, why do I bring this up? Because I'm going to tell you right now, every single beat on there, this film hits beautifully, perfectly, absolutely. And lest I forget, the director of this film is Neil Blomkamp. Neil Blomkamp. Writers, Jason Hall, Zach Balin, Alex Tse. You know, I spend a lot of time bagging on shitty writers, so why don't we just take a look at the IMDb's of a couple actually good writers here. So we got Jason Hall. What's he done? I'm just curious. American Sniper, CSI Miami. Oh, that is some stunning cred, right? He should go direct an Avengers film. Don't visitors. I'm not making fun of him. I'm making fun of like it. All he would need is like CSI Miami and Without a Trace, one episode each, and they'd be like, cool. You can go direct. You can go write and direct the next Marvel film. But I digress. So yeah, he's got a couple credits here. Obviously, American Sniper. It's a great film. Okay, what else? Who else we got in here? We got Zach Balin. We know Neil Blomkamp is a great director. That's no surprise. I'm just curious. He wrote Creed 3. Haven't seen it, actually. King Richard. Heard good things. So these are relatively 3 writers. It's hard to tell when you get 3 writers on a film, like, who's actually the best talent on there. So this would be Alex Tse, and he was a writer on Watchmen. I freaking love Watchmen. Now, that is an adaptation of source material, but it was done well. Well, what was the budget of this movie? Budget of Gran Turismo. 60 million. Okay, 60 million is the budget of Gran Turismo. Now, what is the box office? Because I have a point with this that I'm getting at here. Well, we got Hollywood Reporter here. Gran Turismo runs Barbie off the... Because I honestly don't know. This is so weird. They're like, Blue Beetle beat Barbie. Gran Turismo beat Barbie. Barbie has been in theaters for like weeks. Now, listen, I understand it's a big movie. It's making a lot of money, but still, it's a little odd to just it declares victory as if it's like, oh, you beat it on opening day. But in any case, that's more of a compliment to Barbie than anything. The final order of the 2 films won't be official. Let's see. So essentially a $17.3 million opening for Gran Turismo. A somewhat muted start for a movie based off a popular video game. The hope is now that the A cinema score, which I totally agree with, will prove a turbo boost in the days to come. Now, here's the thing. Will this movie crush it? Will it do well? I mean, I didn't see a lot of activity at the theater, and it's not exactly the kind of blockbuster that's going to bring people out. But here's the thing. It's got a $60 million budget. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. Especially, this film the cinematography is excellent. There is a really amazing thing that they do. This is the other thing. Sports movies can sometimes be difficult to follow, especially if you're not into the sport that they're doing. So you'll get confused sometimes with the action. What's interesting about this movie is they actually they sort of blend the world of actual racing with video game racing. They kind of blend them together in a really cool visual style in this movie that makes you feel like you're both watching an actual race and you're also kind of watching the video game in a way. It's hard to, in a good way. Like so what they do is they kind of will pause the action. Like you're pausing a video game. They'll pause the action and they'll point out this is where Jan is. This is where Jan is in the race. And then and then they'll have like little flags pop up over the cars saying like third place and stuff like that. And then so the way that they use the visual storytelling to make sure that you are always exactly pinpoint accurate on what's happening in the scene. Like you're never confused in this movie. I was never at and I'm not a race guy. I don't follow NASCAR. I was never once confused about where they are, what the dangers of the racetrack, how challenging is this race, how many drivers are in it, like who is he up against, what place is he in, how long has he been driving. I didn't have one thing in this movie I was confused about, not one. And part of that was owing to the really brilliant visual style of how they would present the action. It's never too much, but it's never too little either. So it's not this. It has the music is great, the story structure is excellent, the direction is excellent, all the performances are really good. And this is kind of one of those based on a true story films. You know, you get to the end and then they show you the real people. Dude, I actually felt like emotion welling up when they showed the real pictures of the real Jan Mardenborough. Mardenborough is how the British would say it. Mardenborough. Jan Mardenborough. But in the American way, I would say Jan Mardenborough is... I'm just messing with you, Star Fury. Don't get mad. So they show the real guy, the real father, the real Jack Saltaire. They show them all at the end in kind of these side-by-sides actors with the real... And I got emotional. I really did, because I was like, oh, that's so awesome. And I just think... And this is the other super cool thing. The real Jan Mardenborough actually was the stunt double for the actor who played Jan Mardenborough, which of course is... Give proper attribution here because he's relatively unknown. I haven't seen him in anything else. Archie Madekwe, if I'm pronouncing that right. Archie Madekwe played Jan. So the real Jan Mardenborough was the stunt double for him in these racing scenes. And I'm going to tell you, the racing feels real. It feels like you feel the speed. This is another really important thing too. There's a really important thematic element, which is the danger. The danger of like, this isn't a video game. This is for real. You're being strapped into a rocket ship. You could die. And that tension and that level of stakes is ever present in this story. You know, there's also a nice kind of little small love story in it between him and his girlfriend. That's why I say it's a rites of passage film, because really it's about him going from being a boy in his bedroom playing video games to a man who is an athlete who knows what it takes to win, and he's earned it through the pain, the suffering, and even the loss that was required for him to become the man that is winning these races, and to reach an understanding between him and his father. So I stand by my analysis. I think it's a rites of passage story, and a beautiful one, a really excellent one. It's also kind of a great adventure film. And what's ever present is the danger that he is in every time he's in that car, the absolute raw power of these vehicles, and the danger of even just trying to control them at these speeds. So it's a great film. It's an excellent adaptation of a video game. And out of 10 bars on the epaulettes, Gran Turismo, directed by Neil Blomkamp, starring Archie Madekwe, David Harbour, and Orlando Bloom, gets 10 bars on the epaulettes. That's right, 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. My dear sailors of Starnets, go see Gran Turismo. I hope that word of mouth helps this film earn it. And circling back to my earlier point before I interrupted myself, you know, the fact that it's a $60 million budget, it's a tight script, it's well written, it is classic. It doesn't ever try, you know, it introduces a new way of telling a racing story, but it doesn't try to get too clever. It just and honestly, it's freaking as non-woke as you can get these days. It is as non-woke as you can possibly get. Why? Because it's just a good story. And this is the amazing thing. You know, Jan Mardenborough he's half black, half white, living in England. There's even a scene where him and his brother get chased by the cops because they're out drinking, there's even a scene where he gets in trouble with the cops. And I'm thinking there are so many opportunities for this film to be whining about all the all the fantasized racial oppression he's enduring. There's even a snotty rich white kid in the movie that's his nemesis. And you would think, in the hands of woke writers, they would have made this the most eye roll, just whiny, miserable, thing about how race has held them down and all that. You never get one hint of that. They're just people. They're just people that have dreams. They've had failures. They've had successes. Life hasn't always been easy. And it's just a story about, them. And it makes you, these characters, it's a story about, Jan really has to learn what it takes to win, because nothing is handed to him in this film. I think that's another reason why I would say it is anti-woke, is because in a woke film, the idea is the only reason you don't have the things that you should have is because some evil oppressor has denied you that opportunity. And all you have to do is learn how to slay. I can't snap with my right hand. All you have to do is learn how to slay, and the world will give you your due. And it's like, Jan has to pay a price for being a actual racing athlete. He has to pay a price, and it's multiple prices, and they are high prices. And there is very much a question that is in doubt in this film about whether he has what it takes to pay that price, whether he's even willing to. There's an element of this film where it's like, was this something I actually wanted? Or was I really just fantasizing about what I thought racing was? And now that I know what it really is, do I really want to be here? It's really, really a powerful element. And what I love about it is it's about this young man earning on his own merits in a world that nobody believes he can do this. Nobody, including his mentor in the beginning, Jack Saltaire. No, and never once do we have to be subjected to him whining about like, oh, it's because I'm half black, isn't it? It's like, no, it's because you're being, not, this film didn't go there, but it could have gone there. And I would have had to roll my eyes and be like, no, it's because you're being strapped into a rocket ship and you don't want to die. Like, that's what this is about. It's about the real world in which actions have consequences, and physics doesn't care what your skin color is. If you screw things up in that car, you are going to freaking die, right? And that's what I love about this film, is he never once is a character that is whining about his lot in life. He's unhappy. He's unhappy that his dad doesn't understand him, but that's even another great element, just putting aside the political bullshit, because I've had enough of, I don't even care. This is such a beautiful film. I'm not going to sully my review by continuing to talk about what the wokies think. Just focusing for a minute on the character could have been kind of whiny and bratty about the fact that his dad doesn't understand him. His dad thinks video games are dumb. His dad thinks that this is a pipe dream. He needs to be more like his brother, who's a star athlete, which he doesn't want to be. Not that kind of athlete anyway, not like a, football athlete. He doesn't want to do that. So he could easily be an asshole to his dad. He could easily be like, well, screw you, dad. You don't understand me. And he could be like one of these brats in these movies that we're always watching these days, these snotty teenagers that treat their parents like crap and lecture them and condescend to them. There could have been this whole dynamic of how his dad is just an ogre who just doesn't, but there was none of that. It was actually a real father-son story where he does respect his father. He loves his father and he wants his father to understand, but he also has to be his own man and he has to break away. And he frankly has to rebel because he has no choice. And then his father learned something and he learned something about his father. And the way that pays off in the end is absolutely brilliant. And I love that. I love that this is a film that's just the story. Just the story. Hold the whiny brattiness. It also reinforces the fact that, being human, it's freaking hard, bruh. It's freaking hard. And the story does not find fault with the father for not understanding his son, and does not find fault with the son for having to rebel against his father. Both sides of that dynamic have a point. Both sides of that dynamic, the father and the son, they both are right a little bit, and they're both wrong a little bit, because that's reality. Life is hard. There's problems that we will wrestle with until the end of humanity. We'll never have the answers to. And being a father is difficult. Being a son is difficult. And it's not, and there's going to be mistakes along the way. And it's just our shared humanness that is just it's the truth, as Captain Picard would have said, it's the truth of our existence. Divergent problems, absent any solution. And what I love about this story is it's just a father and a son working through that in a real, grounded, human way. So 10 out of 10 bars. I say it without, I don't even have to think about it. I walked out of the theater. It's like 10. That's an even 10. So perfectly executed film. And could this be a sign that video games are ascendant? Video game films, that is. Because what I will say is the fact that this was on a smart budget also means, Sony is doing this correctly. I've noticed this. Sony's films lately have been, look, they did have, Morbius. Let's be reasonable here. But they seem to be applying the kind of old school strategy of filmmaking, which I know this is pretty crazy, but try and make it for as small a budget as you can and have it earn its success. And I think that's what they're doing with their films that they're releasing, because what was the other one that what was the other recent Sony films? Because I'm totally just drawing a blank for some reason. Star Fury says what his father wants the best for his son, but doesn't understand his son. Oh my God, how old school. Seriously, if you're looking for an old school father-son story, Gran Turismo, excellent. If you're looking for an old school coach, athlete, mentor, mentee story, excellent. If you're looking for a classic, young man pursuing his destiny and paying the price to get there, excellent. It just hits all the, if you're looking for, there's even a kind of a small little B story in here about Orlando Bloom's character being this marketing guy who really believes in this idea, but also doubts himself a little bit. He has an excellent little story in this as well. Starfury says, do not give me power. I will on principle abuse it. It's a given. Yeah, well, it's good to know yourself. Know thyself, as the bard once wrote. Yes, Fu Man Blue says that and paperwork are why I never wanted to be anyone's boss. I'll tell you something. And would you forgive a little departure on your captain's part? I actually, for a long time, was what I would call an independent contributor at places I worked. And I got very used to that until the opportunity came along for me to become a manager. And it wasn't that I wanted to be a manager. It was that there was a lot more money. And so but also it was something I knew I could do. And when I started out as a manager, I inherited a team that had just had a very dysfunctional situation before I got there. They were in a very dysfunctional place. They had not had annual reviews. They were, they hadn't had a proper job description. They didn't even have a job title for what they were doing. So they felt like they were kind of being used. So then I come in and I was the boss. And let me tell you something. I thought I was the boss. I did. I thought I am the boss now. And as the boss, and I wasn't, and believe me, I was not in any way wanting to be a bad boss. My only goal, I wanted to be a good boss. And I thought being a good boss would be, I know how to get things fixed, and let's get them fixed. And here's what we're going to do. And here's what you're going to be doing. And then you'll see how awesome things are when everything is done. And what's interesting about, and I did get some positivity. It was like, well, we're glad you're here to advocate for us and stuff like that. And I was like, absolutely. And, but I was a dismal failure for like the first 6 months. And part of it was because I had that attitude of like, I have the rank. I am in this role. And dude, it was a daily struggle for me. It was daily. Because it's so demoralizing when you have this enormous job that your boss is expecting you to deliver, and your own people doubt everything you say. They think every idea you have is bad. They're irritated and irritable every single day. And it was like, I just want to get this done. I just Like, just why can't you just do what I'm telling you to do? And then one day I had this epiphany. It was literally a moment when I was like, I am going to walk into my boss's office. I'm going to tell him I quit. I'm going to go home and continue working on my novels. I was working on my second Blood and Oak book at the time. And I thought, I'm just going to work on my novels and let the chips fall where they may. I don't belong here. And then I thought, but if I did that, I would be quitting. I would be quitting something without success. And there's a chance if I stay, I could turn this around. And I spent hours. I did nothing. I did no work that day. I sat at my desk literally just thinking about quitting all day long. And I was on the point of doing it. And I finally just said, you know what? No, I'm not going to do that. I've had enough failures. It's not going to happen. So I said, okay, fine. If I'm going to stay, how am I going to fix this? If I'm going to stay, what am I going to do? And I literally just said, all right, you know what? Screw all the stuff I think I have to do, because I was acting really as an independent contributor. I kept doing my work. I was like only concerned. I said, forget all my work, forget all my deadlines, forget every expectation that's been placed on me. The only thing I am going to do until the job is done is make these people happy that are working for me, my team. I was like, I am just going to devote all of my effort to making them happy. Okay. What do I have to do to make them, in other words, happy so that they would be happy to work, basically? And I said, what do I have to do? And I read this great book. I highly recommend it. It's called Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink. And he pointed something out that taught me more about leadership than I've probably ever learned from anything else. And it was that there is a misconception in the civilian world, because he's a Navy SEAL. So there's a misconception in the civilian world that leadership in the military is easier because if you have the rank, people just have to do what you say, which was exactly how I was thinking. I was like, wow, if I were in the military, if I were a captain in the military, this wouldn't be a problem. So then I kind of perked up when I heard that, because I'm like, all right, I'm listening. And he said, look, every leader, I don't care where you are, military, whether you're in business, anything, you must earn the confidence of your people. And the only way to do that, you must earn being a good leader. And the only way to do that is to take total 100% ownership of everything that happens under your command. You are responsible for any failure that happens on your team. It is not your team member's fault. It is yours as a leader. Even if that team member did something dishonest and screwed up and it was something you would have never said they could do, it is still your responsibility as the leader because it happened on your watch. And then I thought of Horatio Hornblower, and I thought of how Captain Pellew says to Horatio Hornblower when Hornblower says, oh, it wasn't Captain so-and-so's fault. He didn't know it was happening on his ship. And Pellew says, Mr. Hornblower, a captain is responsible for everything that happens on his ship. And I thought, you know what? That is the ethic I will live by until the day I die. And here I am. And then things started turning around. I was like, and then I discovered that being in leadership is actually not about being a boss. That's actually not at all what makes it so much fun. Being a good leader allows you to accomplish things you never dreamed possible, because suddenly now you're the first among equals. And what you are able to do is inspire people to contribute amazing things. And then when you're a good leader, that people feel like they're heard and they're seen and they get what they need. And if there's a problem, you're on it. Like once they get that sense with you, it's like people bring you ideas that like you could never have come up with. And they do things you didn't even ask them to do that are like amazing. And you're like, oh, wow, you did that? Like, yeah, I just went ahead and did it. Well, that's awesome. And you suddenly realize that your strength as a leader is not you and what you bring to it. Your strength as a leader is your team. Your strength is your team. Your strength is your people. Your people are your resource. And that is why tyrants are fools. That is why tyrants are idiots. And they are to be pitied. They are to be pitied. Whenever I see a movie with a bad boss in it now that's yelling at people and screaming at them and stuff like that, I just think, wow, how sad. Because there is a leader who is not getting much done. I can tell you that right now. And their life is hell, by the way. Because only good leaders actually benefit from being in a position of leadership. So I have no desire to ever be the boss of anyone. However, being a leader, it's the only way to fly. Like, being a leader is the only way. It's the best way to get shit done. Because let me tell you something you may not know. There's only one of you. There's only one of you. That's never going to change. You're never going to find the technology that allows there to be two of you. But as a good leader, suddenly you can multiply your efforts. You can multiply what's possible because people working together multiply exponentially what's possible. That is why I love nautical stories. That is why I love stories about captains and starships and crews, or captains and tall ships and crews, because it's about the magic that can happen when a group of people pull together and do something together. And yeah, Jakku is a beast, says Fu Man Blue. You're exactly right. Swords and Starships. Star Fury says, you learn by doing sometimes. Absolutely. Absolutely. So hopefully I did not just kill all the interest in my stream. No, but I just wanted to share that. So there you go. There you go, as Chris Gore would say. So yeah, Gran Turismo, please go see it. It is such a nice refresher if you've been just disappointed with a lot of these just trash fires lately. Oh, that's what I was looking up before I interrupted myself. Recent Sony films, because what am I not thinking of? What am I not? They're doing Kraven the Hunter. Yeah, I can't give them high marks for that idea. But they did a great job with Spider-Man No Way Home, which was excellent. You know, I just feel like they're unlike Disney, which literally just spends the GDP of a small country on their craft service table, you know, because they can, and just accept billions and billions in losses because screw their audience. The wokies need to have their say. At least Sony is like, let's see if we can budget a film properly and turn a profit. So I really am rooting for Gran Turismo. I really hope it does well. It deserves to. Is it the kind of giant box office draw that you would have with a superhero film or something like a Mission Impossible, which unfortunately also did not do well? Yeah, isn't it strange? Like Oppenheimer crushing it. Oppenheimer, a rated R biopic, crushing it about a fairly kind of obscure, like, I would think, historical topic. I love the history of the Manhattan Project, but I am surprised also that film is doing so well. So let's hope word of mouth helps Gran Turismo. But the beauty of it is, it only has to make, maybe a couple hundred million, 150 million, and it's broke even. So if it has a nice little box office run, it's going to do well. It's going to do well. I mean, broke even. It's 100, 150 million. Probably it'll turn a little profit. And that's all it has to do. Super Mario Brothers. Which company did Super Mario Brothers? That was, I know that, who distributed that? That was Universal. Okay, that was Illumination Studios and Universal Pictures. But again, Super Mario Brothers, very smart to honor the lore, honor the character. And I also feel Gran Turismo, if you are a fan of the video games, honored the video games pretty brilliantly. There's even an interesting nod to the creator of Gran Turismo and what his vision for it was, which was really, really brilliant. So awesome on that. Well, so I've been thinking, now shifting topics a little bit here. So I talked on Thursday about Ahsoka. I hate to tell you, but we've got to talk. We need to talk about Ahsoka, because I've been thinking more about this stupid show. Sip of coffee for the captain. I've heard so many other points made about it lately that I felt like chewing the fat about it. This show is so, they seem to think that the way that you make character dialogue interesting is you just talk very slowly and quietly And the way that you seem like a character with like weight and gravitas and wisdom is you sort of fold your arms and walk in a circle and you observe obvious things. You ask obvious questions. Will you take Sabine back as your apprentice? I don't know. Should I take Sabine back as my apprentice? She walked away. She had her reasons. My God, how did Dave Filoni ever get a reputation for being a great writer? There is something weird going on with Disney writers' rooms. I've got to tell you, there is something really weird going on there because it's like Disney writers' rooms is where I'm not even talking about like excellent storytelling. I'm talking about the basics. Teleplay writing 101 goes to die in a Disney writer's room. Let's talk about a couple of things that are just writing 101. You know, going back to the Blake Snyder beat sheet, right? You need to have a setup so that you can have a payoff. You need to have an opening image so that you have a final image. Dialogue needs to move the plot forward. You know, what's incredible about it is there's literally whole scenes in Ahsoka you could just delete. You could just delete the scene. There's nothing needed here. But I was watching Open Bar. My thin man, did Mahler have the best points about this? He was talking about how, like, in that dry Welsh accent of his, right. So if the robots their goal, right, their objective is to get the map from Ahsoka, but they failed to get that objective, so they activate a self-destruct sequence, which is like a nuclear bomb that fortunately gives a minute warning, audible warning for the opponent. And he's like, what would the report have been if they had succeeded? If they had they had self-destructed and detonated and wiped out Ahsoka, killed her, the map is vaporized. They go back to, what's her name? Lisbeth Morgan, the most Star Wars name ever. The witch, Lisbeth Morgan. What is it about boring old women that they're stuffing them into all the movies and shows now? Boring old woman is the villain in this. Susan Sarandon is the villain in Blue Beetle. Anyway, so what if the robot had come back and said, oh, yes, well, we weren't able to get the map from her, but we were able to kill her and vaporize the map in a self-destruct sequence, but the map is gone. It's gone. Oh, crap. And then he points out, why did the droid wait in Sabine's tower for her after they had already succeeded in getting the map? For one reason only, so that Ahsoka could kill that robot and then somehow steal the information, not of where the map is, but where it was manufactured from the robot. No other reason for it. So he just kept pointing out like all these things. And I'm like, this show is so bad. It is so bad. But I just think, you know, people out there enjoying this, the only thing I can think is just, it's kind of where I was at with Star Trek Picard season 1, when I was still a little bit blue-pilled and hoping that Star Trek could get better. And the member berries would come up, you know, they're like there's a scene in Star Trek Picard season 1 in the first episode. So he's on the vineyard. And I thought, well, that was brilliant because it connects to the future and all good things. It like fits, you know, it's like poetry. It rhymes. And then there's a scene where he goes to Starfleet headquarters and there's like a storage locker that Picard has there. And he opens up the storage locker and there's all these memory Star Trek The Next Generation. Like there's the banner that the kids made for him in 10 Forward Star Trek Picard Day. And I thought that was super cool. And so as a fan, I'm watching those callbacks and I'm thinking, oh, that's awesome. That was the banner the kids made for Star Trek for Picard on Picard Day. That's so neat. And what it's doing is it's camouflaging. It's camouflaging what you're actually watching. What you're actually watching is this doddering old man who is, you know, caught up in a girl who's the key to everything story, who is being talked down to by everyone he encounters, who is not behaving like he did in the original show, who then winds up doddering through this dystopian, nihilistic, murder fest that is that first season. And it took time. It took time for me to like understand the trick that they were playing. Now, when I watch Ahsoka, I've seen Star Trek, I've seen Clone Wars, I've seen Star Wars Rebels, and I liked a lot of those shows, loved parts of those shows, and I did like the characters a lot for the most part. I do think Rebels is a bit too cartoonish for me, but there were great moments where it kind of hit sort of the heights of where Clone Wars had been. And I'm watching Ahsoka and I'm aware of this same trick being played, which is they're talking about things that happened in the shows. They're talking about, little member berries, little moments like, well, you were trained by Anakin or something related to her being trained by Anakin. And she's like, I left my training. I abandoned Anakin. And it's like, ooh, it's an Anakin reference. It's an Anakin reference. It's like, but nothing is happening. Nothing is happening in this show. And so I thought this show is the Star Wars equivalent of the film Women Talking. It's basic, but it's not even, at least the movie Women Talking, because I've seen Chris Gore's review of it, is actually about women talking about something terrible that's happening in their community. This show, Ahsoka, is about women talking about like obvious observations about shows that don't advance the plot and aren't even interesting. Foodman Blue says, Disney Writers' Room, where we decide what your child should know about physiology. Yes. Yes, exactly. So I wanted to compare for you a couple of things. So because, the narrative goes that, the reason you don't like Ahsoka is because Ahsoka has strong female women in it, and you just don't like that, which is not the case. But I just want to compare with you a couple of things.
You're listening to the Grand Army of the Republic members of the two.
So hat tip the Scoundrels Cantina for this clip. And so I want you to compare this action sequence with another show's action sequence I'm going to show you in just a minute, both involving women. This is the new trick now. This is the new trick. Whenever a lightsaber fight starts now, long delay, they're just staring at each other across the void, slowly igniting their lightsaber, intense glares, and then finally they run towards each other. Notice that there's no like props. There's no, the setting is not that interesting. They're basically just in the equivalent of like a training square. That's it. And that's how every fight scene is in this show. When the fighting actually gets going, here's what you get. Look at this. Look at how she literally opens up her entire body to attack when she raises the lightsaber. What is that? She literally, for no reason, swings the lightsaber back behind her, opening herself up to attack, but instead of getting attacked, we just, the villain helpfully waits for her to get her guard back up. This is what they do now. This is what they do. They just stop fighting for no reason so they could strike a cool pose and stare intensely at each other. And what I find particularly great about this is she's open to attack. You idiot. She is open. You can now attack her because for no reason she has lowered her guard. I've actually done fencing classes, and I can tell you that, like, if you want to know what really sword fighting is like, you never like, and look, I will make allowances. There are fight scenes that break this rule that I will make allowances for style. Fine. There are exceptions you can make, but you never lower the sword. You keep that sword on target. And the reason why is because, like, literally, that's how you kill people in a sword fight, is the minute, the split second that they've opened their guard, that's when they're dead in real sword fighting. Now, that is not to say you can't make a slight exception. I'm willing to make allowances in Star Wars for a little bit of flair, a little bit of style. And when done correctly, you can build tension with two enemies, looking at each other. In fact, I'm going to show you a really good fencing scene in just a second that actually does this really well. It's one of the best fencing scenes ever created. And it does have the characters concentrating, sizing each other up, but it's done in a way where you can see the tactical scenario unfolding. This is ChatGPT choreography. That, oh my God. Right there, you could have just bisected her. And she just helpfully dances around behind her. Like it's like they don't ever swing the lightsaber unless there's a lightsaber to block it. If there's no lightsaber to block it, they helpfully move it aside. When you are this close in with an opponent, this is suicide. The way she's holding, like she's like literally almost, she's barely one stride distant from her, and she's holding the sword way up over her head like this. You would only ever make a swing like that if you were far enough away from your opponent that they couldn't just gut you.
There.
I see them.
Bring us in.
Oh, girl bossery right there. I'm stabbed in the liver with a lightsaber. I'm still fighting. But then she's totally fine. It's, in the next scene, she's up and about. She's repairing a droid. Why does she actually run away? I see that you could make an argument that Ahsoka just showed up, but even so, it's like you could pretty much finish her off. I love it. There's no chance she's going to survive. She's just been stabbed through the liver with a lightsaber. You could finish her off. I'm just a little exhausted now. This is just, so this is my point. Like, right. So people who are enjoying the show, what exactly are you enjoying? It's like, there's no use of the environment. There's nothing dynamic about that scene. It's like an Obi-Wan Kenobi. He's out in the middle of a quarry. There's nothing visually interesting going on in that scene. And I'm supposed to look at these characters and be like, what badasses? What badasses are these? And it's like, how can I take seriously? How can I have any tension in a scene in which the characters are making obvious strategic blunders constantly? And the only reason that they're not dead, both of them, is because the choreography demands it. It's the equivalent of plot armor. It's choreography armor is what this is. This is choreography armor. And also, these two characters don't know each other. There's been this is the equivalent of Darth Maul attacking Obi-Wan in the desert, although I would argue that was more dramatically interesting because of all the setup leading up to it. But essentially, I said that would be Darth Maul attacking Qui-Gon in the desert in Phantom Menace. But in that scenario, the whole point of why that was so interesting was that Qui-Gon, he was coming totally out of nowhere, and he was lethal in that scene. Darth Maul was. But we, as the viewer, had a bunch of setup for that. Anyhow, this is the equivalent of this character just dropped out of nowhere and is now attacking Sabine. Now, that could work That could work. The problem is they keep doing this in this show where they introduce these scenarios in which there's a lightsaber duel, but there's not really any setup. I don't know who these characters are. I don't know what their relationship is to each other. I don't understand what's actually at stake in this story. Oh, yes. Well, we don't want Admiral Thrawn to come back. Okay. But if I haven't watched Star Wars Clone Wars, Star Wars Rebels, or read the extended universe that you are pilfering from, how am I supposed to know any of that? How am I supposed to have any concern whatsoever? Now, I want you to compare this. I want you to compare this to an actually really well done show, a really well done scene. And this one is also between two women. And it is absolutely excellent by comparison. And this is from the show Arcane on Netflix, which is an excellent TV show. Now, to set this up, Vi, I guess it's Vi, who is the protagonist here, she is awesome, by the way. I love this character. So Vi has been getting her ass kicked. She is a scrapper, and she has been fighting, but also getting her ass kicked pretty much throughout the whole season. And this character that she's fighting, she has had a long-standing rivalry with. So this has been building for a while. And they go at it. Now, notice how they're using, like, the setting is interesting because the last drop has been a central location in the story for multiple episodes. It has all kinds of emotional and sentimental significance to the characters. It's been the setting where their rebellion has been planned. So the location itself has character and history. Also, notice how they're using the environment. They're using objects in the scene. Now, this would be an example of the two characters pausing in the middle of the fight for dramatic tension. The difference here is they're tired. They're exhausted because they're giving it everything they've got. And in real fights, including sword fights, you get tired very quickly. Even if you're an athlete, I'll tell you, having done wrestling and fencing, I can tell you, you won't believe how fast you get tired when you are struggling against an opponent at full tilt. So this is the way you do it correctly. Notice how these characters never miss an opportunity to go for a killer stroke. The only reason they don't succeed is because the other character is just fast enough, just good enough to avoid that killer stroke. Notice how, like, when she gets hit, it's like she's actually hit. She's punch drunk. She's stumbling. She flops down on the floor. There's blood. There's scrapping. She is tired. That's the other thing I love about this scene is her opponent is exhausted. So anyhow, there's much more to that scene. So check out Arcane if you want to see something that's actually good. So my point in bringing this up is to say that this can be done. What they're going for here, this dramatic tension, two powerful female warriors fighting. It can be exciting and it can be dynamic. The problem with Ahsoka is that it is Chat GPT choreography. It is basic. It is pathetic. The physicality of the actors is awful. And it's like, well, that's what all the actors can do, I guess. It's well, here's the deal. Rebel Moon. Zack Snyder went out of his way to cast an actor who could pull off the physicality required and the emotional depth, according to this article that I'm going to show you in just a minute, that is actually required to make this work. So my point is, Ahsoka is lazy. It's depressingly slow. It gives me anxiety. And I'm really, I said that before on this channel that my intention is not to unnecessarily insult other creatives. But I got to tell you, I take rather a bit of offense to these companies that have massive fortunes at their disposal. There is no excuse for them not to be able to hire good choreographers. If they would just stop trying to make every single Star Wars property so damn bloated with special effects and just focus on the basics. Get the basics right. Just get actually interesting choreography. I mean, you saw in that scene how Vi is literally, she's swinging back and forth, flopping on the floor. Her opponent's like, there's character. There's actual character. In fact, when she's at the bar and she takes that drink, that's in character. They've kind of established that, this is kind of, she is a street brawler. Both of these characters are street brawlers. And so they have that mentality, right? Of let me go up to the bar, take a swig of whiskey before we continue this. Like, that's using what you've built up in the setup to have it pay off in this really badass fight. So Star Fury says lightsaber fights are trying to simulate samurai fights from every great samurai movie, but fails miserably. Yes, that is a good point. Says, look at the fights in Yojimbo and Hidden Fortress. Right, because that's why I say it's ChatGPT choreography, because what you're correctly identifying there, Star Fury, is that like the long stare is meant to be like two master samurai facing off. But there's a way to do this that actually communicates the strategy and the tension. So let me give you an example of something really cool here. So I should be able to find this. Yeah, it's like one of the most iconic. Have you ever seen the film Rob Roy? It's a film. Liam Neeson is in this. And it is a film about a Scottish Jacobite. Well, I don't know if he's actually a Jacobite. It's been a while since I saw the film. But anyway, he's a Scotsman who is, his wife is, shall we say, assaulted by a British, a pretty vengeful and nasty British colonel, I think, played by Tim Roth, who is trying to crush the Scottish Jacobite rebellion. So this takes place in, I want to say, the early 1700s. So what happens is, in order to settle his rivalry with this British colonel, he has to fight this duel, and everything is on the line, because if he loses it, he's going to lose his family and all this stuff. So basically, this is a duel with swords to the death between Rob Roy and the British colonel. I think I might have his rank wrong, but anyway, the British officer played by Tim Roth. Now, the British officer in this scene has already been shown in the movie to be absolutely lethal with a sword. He is an excellent sword fighter. And so we already know that, Liam Neeson's character, Rob Roy, is at a huge disadvantage here and probably has no hope whatsoever of winning. This scene incorporates every single element that Ahsoka is trying and failing to incorporate. The dramatic pause in the fighting while the opponents size each other up. The careful strategy of each stroke. The clever use of a scenario where there actually is no real environmental props to use, because they're just in a circle. They're in a circle where two men enter, one leaves. So here you go. God, this is a great, and this is some of the most realistic sword fighting ever committed to film, because this is how a real lethal sword fight would go.
You are here on a matter of honor. I am here to assure you settle it honorably. There will be no backstabbing. You will not throw your blades, nor will you use weapons other than agreed. If quarter is asked,
no quarter will be asked
or given.
Attend upon your weapons
Boss.
and commence upon my mark.
Dude, Tim Roth is the man. That is an excellent, excellent part of it, too, right? So notice how even when they're pausing, their swords are ready. Their swords are ready for the next blow. And I like how Liam Neeson here, he's got his sword raised and in front of him at all times, even while they're sizing each other up. And this is, real sword fighting is very much a chess match. It's as much psychological as it is physical. And what I love about that little moment is that he's about to commit to a blow, but then realizes that that's not going to work. He's going to get run through. And so he retreats. And there's this kind of moment where they're both trying to find, they're basically head faking each other. It's like there's so much strategy in this scene. Notice how he gets the fuck back. When he does not land a blow, he's like, I'm getting the hell out of there. Now, one thing I will point out, Tim Roth is turning his back to his opponent. Now, this is properly set up in the story because his character is incredibly arrogant. Now, he's earned it because he really is an incredibly good sword fighter, and he already knows he's better than Rob Roy. So he already knows he's better than this opponent, and he's already an arrogant character. So him turning his back, which Liam Neeson does not do, you'll notice he does not turn his back on his opponent, but Tim Roth does that because one of his character traits is he is arrogant. No, look how his guard is up. Look at this. Look how Tim Roth, he's got that sword pointed right at his enemy. Right at him. And the other thing about this too is in a real sword fight, you're actually afraid for your life. So this is why sparring in a martial arts environment, yeah, you can do all kinds of fun, flitting around and twirls and all that shit. But in a real fight for your life, every move could be your last. Everything you do could be the death of you. And that changes the behavior of how you're actually going to respond then, as opposed to if you're just sparring or practicing. And so in actual sword training, there is a point when students need to use sharps, right? That is sharp weapons. They can't just keep fighting with sticks forever. They have to eventually use sharps. Why? Because your entire behavior as a student, and it's very dangerous. It has to be done under the correct supervision. There's a very specific way that kind of training has to be conducted, and you have to be at the right level of skill to be able to do that. But at some point, and there are students that this is, from, who is the name of the author I'm thinking of? Guy Windsor. Guy Windsor has a great book available on Amazon about sword fighting. So check him out. He's an actual trainer of swordsmanship. He's very knowledgeable, and he talks about how when he moves his students on to fighting with sharps, sometimes they will object and say, no, I get enough training from, the blunts, the training, the wooden swords. Like, I don't need to do sharps. And part of it is fear. It's like, I'm afraid to do that. And he explains that, like, well, you're never going to know. You're never going to know your true level of skill until you spar with sharps. And it's because it changes your mentality. You are suddenly afraid for your life, and it changes the types of moves you're willing to make and the risks you're willing to take. And this scene reflects that, which is why I'm pointing it out. He punishes him for every time he leaves himself open. You leave yourself open, you are getting cut. He's frustrated because it's not taking longer than he thought it should. He should have had him dead by now. I love that. Great character work. Look how much this scene is communicating without a single line of dialogue. It's taunting him, intimidating him, daring him to make a mistake, daring him to get angry. Another strategy he's using here, he's tiring him out. Every cut he inflicts is draining his opponent's stamina, his opponent's endurance. He's taking his time here because time is now on his side. See, he knows his opponent's tired. Look at how Liam Neeson performs this too. You can see he's tired. He's like lagging. Those wounds are taking their toll. He's winded. He's slouching. And he's like, I got him. He's dead. It's just a matter of time, is what Tim Roth is communicating here. It's over. Dragging the sword because he's so tired. Dude, and that is like true life too, because you really are that tired when you've been fighting. To Dave Filoni, that is what happens. That is what happens when your opponent sees the tiniest opening in an actual sword fight. Just thought I'd let you know.
Neither ask nor given.
That is a real sword fight. Holy shit. I've seen that a million times and I still can't even believe it. You know what? You know what's so incredible about that? He slices him down to the bone with that last hit. And what's so great about it, just comparing this to Ahsoka, he is dead. Like, he falls down. He is dead as a doornail. His freaking lungs have been played open, basically. And he's done. Like, he falls down and he's got like the dead eyes. You know what I mean? And I'm thinking to myself, freaking Ahsoka, shit, stabs her right through the liver with flaming hot plasma. And she's like, oh, I think I'll take a nap. The worst. Anyhow, notice that every single thing they were trying to do in that Ahsoka scene, in that lightsaber duel, Rob Roy does effectively. The psychology of the characters, the pauses in the action while they're calculating their next move, the subtle personality details. You see that Rob Roy is all business. He's all a blunt instrument. You see that Tim Roth, he is arrogant. He's full of himself. He's having a little fun with it. He's playing a sort of cat. He likes the cat and mouse torture of it. Dude, so there you go. So like Ahsoka, listen, Star Wars, I'm talking to the fans that aren't totally out on this or the ones that are kind of enjoying it, or like the reaction guys that are like, listen, you deserve better, okay? This is your captain speaking. You deserve better than this. Don't let Disney get away with this crap. I'm not telling you not to like it. If you like it, you like it. I'm just saying you deserve better. I am on your side. I am. Your captain would never advocate for anything but the very finest storytelling in the land for you, my dear sailors and star nuts. Check out Arcane. That's actually girl bossery done correctly. It seriously is. Arcane is, if you want to see strong female women, which is a dumb phrase and I hate it because they're just characters. But if you want to see hot, badass babes that are in within a fantasy world, kind of grounded, plausible fights, it's excellent with character development and character nuance. The other thing that's great about Arcane, if I may just point out, every character has a kind of style, right? And what I think has happened with Star Wars is that I think these creatives now, well, look, they've chased all of the toxic males out of the room. Let's just face it. They have chased all of the non-woke toxic fit males out of the room. And it turns out that all those toxic males, like myself, we enjoy the actual strategy of a sword fight. If you pulled Dave Filoni or any writer out of that Disney room, do you think they would have known about that fight in Rob Roy? Do you think they would have spent the inordinate amount of time I just spent breaking down every detail of that scene? Do you think they would have? I doubt it. I doubt you could find a writer in that Disney room that would have done that because they don't care. And they just think of lightsabers as like really cool toys. They're really cool toys. It's like the line in Ghostbusters when the kid's like, "Can I get a proton pack?" And Egon's like, "No, a proton pack's not a toy." It's like, believe me, I was with the kid in that scene. I was like, really? I want one. Dude, I would have given, there's people play this game like, oh, if you could have a lightsaber or a phaser, which would you rather have? And it's like, I'll tell you what I would want to have. I would want to have a proton pack. That is what I would want. If you could offer me any fictional weapon of any kind, that's what I would want, a proton pack. But anyhow, my point is they treat these weapons, these lightsabers, like they're toys. I don't think they understand actual strategy or tactics in fighting, sparring, frankly, any kind of martial arts at all. Because if you've been in any kind of martial arts environment, you understand that they're, it's not even just that there's a level of skill, like, more moves than your opponent knows. It's literally when you are high level opponents fighting each other, it's a totally different ball game because now it's actually a chess match between, well, if I do the obvious move, they'll expect it. So I need to do the non-obvious move. But this opponent is so skilled, they will actually expect the non-obvious move because they know that I am smart enough to know that the obvious move would fail here. So I should actually do the obvious move because they'll be expecting the non-obvious move. Now, that may sound silly the way I just phrased that, but that's literally the kind of chess that you just watched in that sword fight, because that's literally the opponent saying mentally, which move is he not going to expect? How can I fake him? Fake with they call it a feint. That is the technical term in a sword fight, a feint, which is where you fake like you're going to do something and then you do a different move, right? That's the kind of chess match that the writers in Disney, they have no understanding of that. And so here they are trying to write these lightsaber duels. And every single one of them is boring, bland, vanilla. And it's because they lack any imagination whatsoever. It's depressing. It's depressing. Hey, Star Fury's over in the Rumble chat. Hello, Rumble. Hey, Star Fury. Hi, Captain. The YouTube channel has been oh, no. Oh, crap. Dang it. Oh, crap. Let me see if I can. All right. Am I back? I think I'm back. Okay, cool. Cool. Ah, shoot. I hope I don't know how much of that you missed. I was on a great ramp. A great ramp. I was on a great rant. Fu Man Blue says, let's go, LOL. How much did got cut off there? They killed it while Rob Roy was on. Ah, dang it. Shoot, that was a lot of my stream. Damn. Oh man. That sucks. How much did we see of the Rob Roy? Dang, that's depressing. That is depressing. It's one scene. I'm being transformative. I paused it like 5, 10. I paused it like 7 times and talked for like minutes on end. That's ridiculous. About half of it. Well, you probably missed what I was saying at the end there. It's like when he kills him, like with the kill shot, Rob Roy, he grabs the sword and he kills. Just watch it. Check it out when you get a chance. It's a really great. But I think I made my point. But it's ridiculous. It's like, no, I'm not going to bitch about YouTube. It is as it is. They are what they are. Thanks for letting me know, though, in the chat. I appreciate it. And it's nice to see over there on Rumble. That's so weird. Like, I would have thought they would have killed it for Ahsoka or Arcane. I'm surprised that like a 30-year-old movie like Rob Roy is what they kill it for. Okay. That was really, and I wasn't even letting it play. I was pausing it. That's so weird. But okay. Sorry about that. Sorry to the chat. I should have been watching. I should have been checking my dashboard. I just did not think that old of a movie would trigger it. So I learned something new every day. But well, that's pretty much just to summarize in case anything I said was missed. I'll just summarize the bullet points. Rob Roy effectively demonstrates 2 characters sizing each other up, the careful strategy, the actual fear of death that the opponents experience, which is influencing how they act and behave, the use of personality in the fight, the fact that the characters get tired. I mean, Liam Neeson's performance in that scene is equally magnificent because he literally is dragging the sword. He's so tired because he's been cut 3 times. And they look like small cuts, but it's like, no, they're not. That's like any damage that you take in a fight is just going to add to your fatigue. So this idea that Sabine is sitting there swinging her lightsaber while she's just been gutted is ridiculous. Because I think what you missed when the stream got cut off is the way that fight ends is Rob Roy is basically dead. He's basically dead. He's got the sword to his throat. He's about to be run through. And then he does what any proper Scotsman would do. He just grabs the sword and holds it. So he's like literally blood's dripping out of his hand. And then he just swings with all his might and he just carves open Tim Roth from like basically the collarbone all the way down to his gut. And you could see the ribs, like he's just flayed him open. And you see Tim Roth he's got this kind of shocked look on his face. He stumbles, he gurgles, he falls down stone dead. like stone dead. That's how actual wounds would work. It's like if Sabine had been run through like that, there's no medical attention. It's she falls down stone dead is what would have happened in any realistic scenario. If that had just been an actual sword through the liver, dead. If that had been a gunshot through the liver, quite possibly flat dead. It's catastrophic damage. So anyway, and it's funny too, because I was actually, when I was kind of mentally reviewing that, I was thinking, I think she stabbed her in like the lower colon, which is still dead. But you know, in theory, maybe she survives it somehow. But then I watched it again on this stream and I'm like, no, she was stabbed like up here, like I would say almost like right below the rib cage, maybe. And you know that a lightsaber goes through metal. So it's like it melted her freaking ribs if it went through her ribs. Well, that's where the liver and the pancreas and all that stuff is. So like she's freaking dead is Sabine. And she's literally like, let's just grant for the sake of argument that Ahsoka was there and she got her medical attention fast enough, you know, just fast enough, like that they helicoptered her over to the, you know, to the Lothal General hospital over there. And they just managed to get her through that. She ain't going to be talking. She ain't going to be out of the critical care unit for like minimum months. Like literally that could only have been acceptable if it was 1 year later. And we pick up with Sabine. She is relearning how to walk or something. Like she's like, I don't know if it's like relearning how to walk, but she's in like physical therapy. I think someone on Friday Night Tight said, well, what about a bantha tank? Like if we could just have a bantha tank at least, for God's sakes, give us some sense that she's like having to recover. Like, wasn't Luke Skywalker, didn't he have to be in a bantha tank for having his hand cut off? It's like, it's unbelievable how lazy these writers are. Star Fury says Rebel Moon CG looks a bit ropey, but the actors, oh no, talking about Rob Roy, great actors acting great. Seriously. But yes, I would say that, you know what? I don't really mind bad CGI quite that much. I was watching, what was I just watching? It was an older movie. Oh, X-Men Days of Future Past. Have you heard of this movie? Have you heard about this? Have you seen this? I just, on a lark, I watched because I remembered how much I enjoyed it. And I was actually even wondering if that was maybe just rose-colored goggles from years ago. I've never been a big fan of the X-Men film series. Like the first two were good, and I pretty much checked out after that. But even then, X-Men just isn't my thing. I'm a Spider-Man guy, okay? I'm a Spider-Man guy. I'm not into the X-Men. They've never been my thing. That being said, someone had shown me Days of Future Past a long time ago, and I honestly hadn't even seen a lot of the other ones at that point. I just actually, I guess I have seen most of them. But anyway, I remember watching that movie with kind of a meh attitude, and it freaking pulled me in, and I just remember loving it. So I put it on. It's on HBO Max, I think, or Max. I put it on. I start watching it. It's one of those like just something to watch kind of moods. And I'm telling you, it pulled me right in. Like tractor beam sucked me right in, as Jim Carrey once said. And I'm like, it is incredible to me that like a lot of superhero films start to bore me in the third act when we get the big bloated action scene. And it's not necessarily, it just is what it is. Some action scenes I just find boring with superhero movies. And even in good ones, I get a little bored sometimes. Think what would be a good example of that? I would say probably where it just feels like Wonder Woman. I love the first Wonder Woman film, but that scene where she fights Ares, boring. I just didn't care about that action scene. I liked Ares and I liked the whole setup of it. It just bored me because I'm like, he's got to throw her and she's got to throw him. And it's like, it just goes back. So I was quite delighted to discover that like that X-Men Days of Future Past is an excellent time travel story. It's an excellent science fiction story. It's an excellent post-apocalyptic story. It's a great friendship story. It's Beautiful. It just pulled me in every single scene in that movie. I'm just like, and I thought, wow, that was lightning in a bottle, that movie. It was so good. Why did I bring that up? I don't even remember now why I brought that up now. Because I had a point. It was related to, that's what it was. Rebel Moon, right? So talking about the CGI. My point is there was a couple of moments of CGI in Days of Future Past. It's a pretty old movie now that were like not good. Like there was a couple of like CGI shots that were, you could just tell the people weren't real. They weren't really there. And it was like, that's kind of cringe. And I just remember thinking, I don't care. Like, I don't care. Because, you know, let it not go unsaid. This is the biggest challenge, I think, with X-Men is that it's a rock, paper, scissors game, right? It's a rock, paper, scissors game because every X-Man has a different power that trumps someone else's power, but then someone else has a power that they are weak to, and which is cool, but it can be laborious if not done well. And what's interesting about Days of Future Past is every single action scene has stakes. Every single action scene has something kind of interesting and dynamic about it that gives it a particular aesthetic that's fun to watch. And the rock, paper, scissors like use of the different powers against each other is done really well in that movie. So when you have excellent action, very high stakes all the way through the film, the time travel mechanic in it is as good a mechanic as I've ever seen. Because the fact that like she's having to hold him in time while he's on his mission in the past is so cool, because it's like you've got constant tension all the time of like, when are the future Sentinels going to show up and screw this all up? How much longer does, well, there's a ticking clock. There is a ticking clock all the way through Days of Future Past. There's not 1 minute of that film that feels like it's going to waste. And so when I see like junk CGI in it, part of it is, well, it's an older movie, so that's part of it. But honestly, I don't care. I can watch old Star Trek The Next Generation episodes with clunky special effects, and I don't care because the storytelling is powerful. The CGI is being used in service of the story. And so if Rebel Moon, I say all that to say, if Rebel Moon has kind of clunky CGI that's not that good, but it's a really good story, great performances, amazing style, I'm not going to care. Like, I'm going to be good with it. Like, I think the reason I spend so much time on this channel complaining about bloated, dumb CGI is because CGI is the frosting. It's the frosting on the cake. It's the least important part of what you're doing as a filmmaker. It is the least important part, but it is treated in these Marvel boondoggles and these DC boondoggles. It is treated as a crutch. It is a crutch that is meant to create spectacle and color. Like Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is one of the best examples of this. It's visual garbage. They just throw The Flash, visual garbage. Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. Big, dumb, bloated CGI car chases where nothing is real. And it's like you've got it backwards. You've got it backwards. Say one thing for James Cameron, but James Cameron understands that you use CGI to tell the story, not the other way around. You don't use the story to tell CGI. And that is the difference. And so if Rebel Moon is using questionable CGI to tell a good story, I'm here for it. What did I call it? Boomman Blues, did he call it a bantha tank? Uh-oh, I'm in internet trouble now. What the hell do you call it? That's what I heard. That's what I'm not. Look, I'll tell you this. I will never get a tech thing wrong on Star Trek. It'll never happen. Like, I could tell you everything about the magnetic constrictors on the warp core on a Star Trek engine. When it comes to Star Wars, I'm a bit more of a normie. So what do they call that thing? What do they call the tank that like they put Luke Skywalker in? I called it a bantha tank. Is that not what it is? Oh, no. Bacta. Starfury says Bacta. Okay. BACTA, which is clearly an acronym. Bantha is an animal. I didn't know that. I didn't know that a bantha is an animal, which is why somewhere rattling around in the back of my mind, Garrett, Bantha's also an animal in Star Wars, so why would the tank be called a Bantha tank? I don't know. Forget about it. I got a stream to do. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. The captain's going live. You don't worry. Boo Man Blue says, I can't wait for Captain Garrett to get to the episode 1969 in SG1. Oh, yes. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. I will check it out. I think last episode of Stargate SG1 that I watched was it's like season 2, episode 2. Captain Carter gets taken over by a Goa'uld, and she's it turns out it's a rebel Goa'uld. It's a rebel Goa'uld that hates the other Goa'uld and is trying to convince the SG team that it means them no harm, and it winds up sacrificing its life to set Captain Carter free, which, by the way, an excellent episode for characters having consequences. Because, dude, it was almost strange. Like the end of the episode, Captain Carter is in the hospital bed after having survived this ordeal, and I don't know why this hit me in such a strange way, but it was like she really seemed traumatized. Like she had this look on her face, like she's just got this 1,000-yard stare. And she doesn't want to talk to anyone. She doesn't want to see anyone. And the little girl comes in that she rescued in a previous episode, and she kind of cheers up a little bit, but there's still this look in her eye, like she has been through something. And there's this sense of loss, like the way that the characters seem to have this sense of loss was really striking. I wasn't prepared for that because, usually in these kinds of shows like Star Trek, there is a kind of reset button. It's like every episode we begin with the status quo again. So when a character shows real emotional consequences, it sometimes is kind of striking in a show like this. But what I guess I found so surprising about it was it gave me the impression that the loss of the Goa'uld somehow traumatized the hell out of her, where as if maybe she even kind of missed it, which I thought was kind of interesting. So anyhow, Teal talking to the dragon. I'll have to check that one out. I can't believe that I got hit for showing Rob Roy. That's disappointing. That's so disappointing. But anyhow, it is as it is. Why don't we check out a headline? This from Bounding Into Comics. Ahsoka gets roasted for impaling Sabine Wren with a lightsaber, keeping her alive. The 2-episode premiere for Ahsoka is getting savaged on social media for having Sabine Wren get impaled on a lightsaber during a duel with Shin Hati, only to survive the attack. God love these journalists. That is some real journalism to find out what the name of this forgettable character is. Who cares? Like, her name is Shin Hati. Who cares? Just in the first episode of the series, Hati confronts Sabine Wren, and for whatever reason, chooses not to use Force abilities and just engage her in a boring lightsaber duel. Hati eventually defeats Wren and stabs her through the abdomen with her lightsaber. You know what my real problem with Disney's execution of Star Wars lately? There is no reverence. There is no respect. Good night, Star Fury. Permission to disembark? Granted, sir. That there is no respect for the awesomeness that is a lightsaber. And I don't mean to suggest that there can be no forgiveness for a bit of, lackluster filmmaking here and there where Star Wars is concerned. I mean, I've heard the arguments that Star Wars should be an event. It should be rare. It should be, and maybe I was wrong. Maybe I am wrong. I sort of disagree with that philosophy. I think Star Wars can work as television. I think it can work as anthology films. I think that could work. I just think it's in the hands of fools. It's in the hands of fools that don't respect it. The lightsaber is something that should have weight to it. And now they've ruined that. I mean, you can literally see her steaming and on fire as this thing is roasting her insides. By the beginning of the series' second episode, which debuted alongside the first one, she's recovering in Lothal. So yeah, Yellow Flash, Disney Star Wars turned Qui-Gon Jinn into a loser. Yes. OG Star Wars. I guess saber through the chest or torso doesn't kill anymore in Star Wars. And this is my point. Like, how is it that, I mean, even current Disney Star Wars fans, like, how can this not disappoint you? I mean, doesn't this disappoint you? It does. I just don't understand how you can watch this and not. I couldn't believe it when I heard this on Open Bar before the show aired. They said, "Oh, there was a leak, a plot leak that she's going to get stabbed through the gut again. Someone's going to get stabbed through the gut and survive." And I couldn't believe it. I was like, "No, no, they've learned their lesson. Surely, surely." Fu Man Blue says, it's in the hands of people that neither know or care about what came before. They know why they were hired and that they can do anything they want. And, you know, the other thing about that is, like I've said before, that I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan. It's never been like my go-to. I'm more of a Trekkie than a Star Wars guy. But that being said, I love the movies and I enjoyed the story of Luke Skywalker and Anakin. And, you know, I think as someone who's not like an absolute super fan of Star Wars, if I were hired to write a Star Wars series, I would take it twice as serious. I would take it twice as serious because I would know that I would have to compensate for the fact that I was not a super fan. And I would know that, like, you've got to have people in the loop who are super fans. Like, you need to have super fans that are there helping you write, helping you direct, whatever. But they better be there. And that's how I would approach it. Is like, my goal would be to become a super fan in order to deliver. So it is totally a lack of respect. Patrick the Hutt on Twitter, Qui-Gon Jinn is the weakest link, I fear. I know, this is incredible. What is it? So here's Qui-Gon Jinn on the upper left here, getting impaled by Darth Maul. And he's done for. He's done for in that scene. He's basically barely able to speak to Obi-Wan at the end there. And then you've got Reva impaled by Darth Vader. She lives. Then you've got the Inquisitor. Reva impales the Inquisitor. Oh, no. He lives. And now you have Sabine. What is wrong with these idiots? Why do they think this is the only way to end a lightsaber fight in which the loser survives? Why is this? Why are they unable to think of any other way to do this? It's like unbelievable. George the Giant Slayer. Star Wars, new luminous limp sticks, the evolution of the lightsaber, now more flaccid than fierce. From Qui-Gon Jinn to Sabine Wren. One dead, one alive. Same hit. Force needs a little blue pill. Sabine shish kebab. Dude, now that I see this close up, it's worse. It is so much worse. This is literally... Okay. You just take a look at the location of human organs, like right here. This is just below her chest. This is like right where all of your main organs are. Pancreas, liver, gallbladder. I mean, all of it is right here. In fact, it probably went through her lung as well. It probably went through her lung. Good God, she probably lost 5 organs with this shot here. Qui-Gon Jinn and Han Solo killed by lightsabers. Reva, Sabine both survived being stabbed. WTF, this is beyond ridiculous. Wrote Digits 00 Vast on X. Yeah, exactly. But you know, the weird thing is, you see Han Solo get stabbed, and then he gets thrown off into the abyss. But if he hadn't gotten thrown off into the abyss, would he have lived? I'm just asking. Colonel Stan mockingly shared a photo of Qui-Gon Jinn and wrote, Qui-Gon Jinn after watching the first episode of Ahsoka. Orcus Dorcas said, so being stabbed by a blazing laser sword in Star Wars is no longer lethal, I see. That's what the 4th or 5th time in the new series of shows. I suppose it simply could be that back to healing, not to be confused with Bantha healing. And likewise, plot armor has been immensely upgraded since Qui-Gon Jinn's death. Plot armor. You know what? It's not even plot armor, because in order to have plot armor, you have to have a plot. Eduardo Rivera says, only the men die from being stabbed by a lightsaber. Great writing, Dave Filoni. Great writing. Oh, man, Dave Filoni is getting skewered. But he'll live. Yes. So Ed also goes on to say, so Qui-Gon Jinn was killed by being stabbed with a lightsaber, and Sabine Wren just walked it off. Dude, people are not happy about this. OG Star Wars on X, to compare and contrast a saber impalement into the gut torso. They can kill. If one can be evacuated quick enough and put into Bacta and or get organs cloned for transplant, they survive. Additionally, the recovery does take time. Dark Nest Trilogy, Swarm War, Mara Jade, and Jason Solo suffer from saber impalement. They are down for a week to a month in recovery. And I don't even frankly agree with that. I don't even think that should be going on in the extended universe. But that's a fair point, that at least when it happened to these characters, you know, they were down for a week. A week is ridiculous. They should be down for months. I think they should be in physical therapy. It should be an entire story arc recovering from that. LOTF, Invincible. Jaina gets impaled. I can't place that. Can't place that. Foodman Blue says, Bacta can't revive the dead. They established that a lightsaber can puncture a bulkhead. It would have melted and killed her instantly. Absolutely. Look, I was actually willing to say she could survive when I thought she was stabbed lower. I thought she was stabbed lower in like the guts, where it would, only just, melt all of her intestines. But at least I assume maybe it's the future-ish technology. They can, replace it. I don't know. But the fact that it went right through all of her major organs in her upper torso, it's ridiculous. It's basically, and you would think the heat from super hot plasma, it wouldn't just affect the area where she's being stabbed. Her heart is inches away from that. Her heart is inches away from like something as hot as the surface of the sun. It's going to cook her heart in seconds. She's dead. There's no way. It's probably a stretch that Qui-Gon Jinn, in fact, I would say it is a stretch. It is a stretch that Qui-Gon Jinn was even still alive enough to talk to Obi-Wan before he dies, frankly. So why is there no consequences for those in the Disney lore? The massive injury doesn't take time to heal and people don't die from it because consequences are part of good, effective storytelling. That is why. And that is not what we get in Disney Star Wars. So there, I have eviscerated Ahsoka. But, there is good news out there because I just happened to come across this headline from Bounding Into Comics. Fu Man Blue points out all of her blood would have burst into steam, all of her fluids. That's another good point. And part of the problem here is, Star Trek had for a long time Michael Okuda, who literally would curate all of the Star Trek lore and technology. Like he was the technology ombudsman, right? He knew how all of the computers worked. He knew how the warp core worked. He knew what the difference between a photon torpedo and a quantum torpedo. Like he knew all that stuff. And he had, you can buy it, Star Trek Technical Manual. He had it all written down. And it's like, for some reason, these idiot writers in Disney, they don't have that. They don't have a Bible. Halo, say one thing for Halo, but like Bungie, before they sold it to 343 Studios, they had a Bible. And they passed that Bible on to 343 Studios that explains the history of the Forerunners, the Halo rings, what they are, how they work, why they're there, all that stuff. And it's like, for some reason, Disney is not doing any of that for Star Wars. So they don't even know, I don't think. Do they even know what the temperature of a lightsaber is? I would like to know. I'm not saying you need to have it spoken on screen, but it should be in a technical manual somewhere, that a lightsaber is as hot as the surface of the sun. But until I see evidence to the contrary, I'm going to make that assumption because there's really no There's really no evidence to the contrary, because anything that is capable of doing what a lightsaber does has to be that hot. It has to be. It's got to be like 6,000 degrees. What is the melting temperature of steel? Right? Or actually, even better, melting temperature of titanium, which is pretty much the most space age metal that we have. 3,034 degrees. Okay. 3,034 degrees is what it would take to melt titanium, which is our most sturdy space age metal. Okay. We know that a lightsaber can melt a blast. It is said in the movie Phantom Menace, a blast door, which is designed to withstand a blast. Okay. It is meant to withstand military heavy ordnance and explosions. Therefore, we know that a lightsaber can melt through that. That means that the temperature of a lightsaber at a minimum has to be over 3,000 degrees. It has to be at least 3,034 degrees. And I would argue, because we're talking about a blast door that is likely made of even sturdier materials than titanium, it's probably got to be more like 6,000. It's got to be more like 6,000 degrees. You know, what is the temperature of molten lava? Temperature of molten lava. This is rock that has been melted. Okay, so that's about 2,200 degrees. We're talking Fahrenheit, so 1,200 degrees Celsius for all of you that are not in America. 1,200 degrees Celsius is lava. Now, if you stand too close to lava, not touching it, standing close to it, you can ignite into flames. Right? That's only 2,200 degrees. Imagine something that is 6,000 degrees. That's basically the equivalent of a beam of molten, like a pillar of molten lava going through your liver. No chance you survive. No chance you survive. I think we've fairly established that point. So, but that being said, this from bounding into comics, there are people that get it, folks. Or at least they're starting to. They are starting to. Netflix's live-action One Piece executive producer Marty Adelstein reflects on the failed Cowboy Bebop adaptation. What we learned is that the fans are expecting you to be true to the source material. Wow! Oh my God! Unbelievable! What a revelation! What a revelation, folks! I love how this is like, it's like they've spent years studying the tabula rasa, and they've been decoding all of the hieroglyphics of fan critique, and they've been carefully studying and comparing multiple studies and focus groups, and they've discovered, oh my God, folks, stop the press, we've figured it out. Fans are expecting you to be true to the source material. Oh my God, these are geniuses. So anyway, so they have stumbled upon this lesson, and as the piece goes on to say, Netflix's One Piece executive producer Marty Adelstein has revealed that the most important lesson he and his studio learned from producing the streaming giant's live-action Cowboy Bebop abomination was, as audiences have been telling Hollywood for the past decade, really pretty much forever is how long we've been telling them that all fans want of any adaptation is source material accuracy. And so it looks like they're adapting One Piece, which I guess is an anime I'm not familiar with. But it looks like what they're doing with this One Piece adaptation is they're being faithful. They're being faithful to it. And this is a really astounding piece of like it shows that I think the needle is moving. My dear sailors and star nuts, I think we are starting some of these people are starting to learn lessons. And here's the deal. When they actually start to get it, they deserve to be praised, I think. So Adelstein, who serves as an executive producer on both anime adaptations, that being Cowboy Bebop and One Piece, and whose Tomorrow Studios produced them, opened up about his current mindset during a One Piece-centric interview given to Variety's Jennifer Moss. Reflecting on the total and absolute failure that was Netflix's Cowboy Bebop, Adelstein admitted, "What we learned is the fans are expecting you to be true to the source material." Wow. As we read the comments, you read the comments? You read the comments in response to Cowboy Bebop. It was always, well, they didn't do this character the same as this and that, he explained. It really taught us a lot of what we needed to do with this one. All right. Jeez, be nice, Captain. Be nice. You don't want to punish them when they're actually starting to get it. It's just that, oh my God, it's like, they're just, oh wait, well, we read some comments, and some of the comments may have indicated that the fans, I mean, we couldn't figure out why they were upset, but a theory we're working on is that they just wanted it to be like the source material. Oh my God. It's hard, folks. It's hard to be nice to these people sometimes. Yes, there we go. Thankfully, Adelstein was apparently not the only Tomorrow Studios team member to learn this lesson. According to studio president Becky Clements, after facing the cold, hard truth that this in itself is good news. They actually faced it, folks. They faced the cold, hard truth. Do you realize Disney is not facing the cold, hard truth? They are actively in total denial of the cold, hard truth. After facing the cold, hard truth that their hubris in attempting to Western Cowboy Bebop was responsible for the series' abysmal reception, it became everyone's goal to make sure that when you looked at One Piece, you thought this was a live-action version of the manga that just felt like another feather in the legacy of Oda. That people just get to see it in another genre, but still have the same reaction and feelings towards the narrative. And according to the One Piece set photos and trailers released thus far, it seems that Tomorrow Studios truly put their money where their mouth is when it came to the Straw Hat Pirates. While some elements of the series admittedly give off cosplayers recreating their favorite scenes for a YouTube vibe, let's be honest, Arlong looks exceptionally wonky. The fact that a number of scenes seen thus far can be matched one-to-one with the original manga inspires far more hope in the series' faithfulness than possibly anything else could. Of course, a large factor in One Piece's source material accuracy is the fact that, unlike with Cowboy Bebop, Tomorrow Studios worked closely with the series' original creator, Eiichiro Oda, who was adamant that he have a final say in any and all production decisions. And there it is, folks. That's pretty much it right there. If it weren't for that, they'd probably wokeify the crap out of it. Quote, considering my expected lifespan, I believe this is my last chance to bring One Piece to the entire world, explained Oda in a written reflection on his time working on the live-action series. If we're going to do it, I want to be able to supervise things while I'm still active. That's why I agreed to the live-action adaptation of One Piece back in 2016. Since then, Netflix has committed enormous resources to the production, he further detailed. It was announced that the show will launch in 2023, but they've promised that we won't launch until I'm satisfied. Well, good for you, man. Good for you, Mr. Oda. To that end, in a separate message penned in celebration of Netflix's One Piece releasing its first official trailer, the mangaka assured fans that there were no compromises on this show. Based after the launch, I'm sure, quote, after the launch, I'm sure I'll hear about some people pointing out that this character is missing or that scene is omitted, but this is different from the manga, he then admitted, but I'm sure they'll come from a place of love. So I intend to enjoy even those comments. The story will span 8 episodes and take us through you know where. Further reassuring fans of Netflix's respect for the source material, Oda then revealed, even after the shoot was over, there were numerous scenes the production agreed to reshoot because I felt they weren't good enough to put into the world. And that in One Piece is due to launch on Netflix August 31st. So that would be creator Eiichiro Oda, who probably had more to do with it being faithful than honestly these executive producers. But that being said, we have 2 executive producers from Cowboy Bebop who are basically admitting that they learned They learned a lesson, and that would be what were the names? Adelstein, Marty Adelstein, who is the One Piece executive producer and also worked in Cowboy Bebop, and then there was one other one in here. Anyway, hat tip. Oh, and Becky Clements. So Becky Clements and Marty Adelstein, Captain, salute for reading the comments and learning and actually listening to fan feedback. Look, it's not that hard. That's all we're really asking for. Nobody is asking for perfection. Nobody. I mean, yeah, of course, you're never going to please everyone. You never, and as Henry Cavill correctly observed, it is every fan's right to have whatever opinion they want to have about the adaptation. But if you show them respect and actually respect the source material, you're going to get forgiveness in return. You're going to get leeway. You're going to get latitude. And so when they're starting to learn the lessons, they deserve a shout out. They absolutely do. So could this be a sign that they're finally figuring it out? I hope so. I really do hope so. So anyhow, Fu Man Blue, referring to the Starfleet technical manual, says, I had that manual. Got stolen with my TV guides for DS9 and Voyager. Thanks for making me think of that again. Oh, no. Poor Fu Man Blue. I'm sorry, man. That sucks. That really sucks. Those are collector's items. That's vintage. Okay. I'm just rubbing salt in the wound. Never mind. I'll shut up now. All right. What do we got? I have this headline for you because we're talking about Rebel Moon earlier. And this piqued the captain's interest. So, I got to tell you, this lead actor, this lead actress, she is giving off Sarah Connor vibes in terms of how the physicality. But one thing I love about Zack Snyder, he allows women to be hot. He allows them to be babes. It's freaking great. So Rebel Moon producer Deborah Snyder on Sophia Boutella's character. It's so important to us that it was believable that she was this amazing warrior. Now, whether this will be believable or not, that remains to be seen. But this did pique my interest because here we have the producer, Deborah Snyder, who's basically saying that they wanted to make this plausible, that Sophia Boutella's character is actually believable as this badass warrior. And she's pretty hot, too, which doesn't hurt. Dude, I love badass babes. Captain has never had a problem with that. And the overalls definitely are working. Definitely working. You know what part of what makes this so cool is that she seems like someone who actually lives in this world. This world seems lived in. She seems like someone who's got like a kind of worldliness to her. And I just think that makes the character immediately more of a draw, more charismatic. But she also has muscles. Yes, she's thin as a twig and probably not very, she's probably, 120 pounds soaking wet, if at all. But at least she's got like athleticism to her so that you can kind of believe what's going on. So Snyder, alongside her husband and the film's director, Zack Snyder, spoke with IGN about the film, and they were asked, Sophia Boutella leads the Warriors as Korra. How'd you end up casting Sophia? What was it like working with her? And Zack initially responded, Sophia's amazing. I had her in mind really from the beginning. I would tell Debbie about, I really want Sophia to be this character. And everyone was like, okay, that would be cool, but we should probably look for do a real audition. After Zack implied that Boutella was going to be his choice, Deborah chimed in saying, quote, and we tested 5 women, and Sophia really just shined through because it's such a difficult role because her character is so complex. She's also the heart of the film. Close quote. She then discussed how important it was to show the character as a warrior, quote, but she also has the physicality required to do the role. It was just so important to us that it was believable that she was this amazing warrior, and she has a dance background. And incredibly, she learned all the choreography so quick and she wanted to do all of the fighting herself. And she did other than one. We were going to throw her character off the side of a scaffolding, and we were like, that's not really safe for you to do. She wanted to do it, but everything else she did, all her own fighting. So it was kind of clunky how that was phrased there because it was from audio. But basically what they're saying is Sofia Boutella she did all these stunts, and she wanted to do the stunt where they're throwing her off a scaffolding, and they were like, no, we're not going to let you do that because it's not safe. But, here is a babe, Sofia Boutella, who has a work ethic. She has a work ethic. I'm going to tell you right now, my interest in Rebel Moon is only rising lately. It is only increasing because anytime I hear of an actor that's got a serious work ethic like this, now I'm interested. Now I'm interested because I feel like what she's doing, Sofia Boutella, is actually putting in the work to make her fight scenes plausible and grounded. Yeah, she's swinging an axe and all that stuff. I want to give it a shot. I want to see how this looks because I think this could be super cool. This could be super cool. Having a female character playing a typical male role, which is nothing new these days, will more than likely be a hard sell in a market that has been oversaturated with insufferable female characters attempting to be men in Hollywood movies. But I'll tell you one thing. Sofia Boutella is hot. She looks hot. That is already a point in the plus column for this not being an insufferable, girl boss. In fact, former Canadian TV executive Paul Chato, in his review of Ahsoka, lambasted this trope that Hollywood has embraced. Love Paul Chato. Brilliant guy. You know what's great, too? I listen to Paul Chato. He's a liberal guy. I don't always agree with his takes on things. I still love listening. To what he has to say because he has really valuable insights. Even when I'm not sure I agree with him, I'm like, I still want to hear his reasoning on it because you know something? I could be wrong. What a concept. We could all occasionally be wrong about things and need to look at things a different way. So I love Paul Chato. He's excellent. Excellent YouTuber. Chato said, women can't do gravitas the way male actors can. Oh, unless you are Betty Davis after smoking a pack of Marlboros and downing a bottle of bourbon. Certainly the pipes have something to do with it. And the larger presence does also. He continued, here's the thing. When women try to imitate male badass, they just look boring ass. Dude, that is an excellent point. That is such an excellent point. They do this stern thing. They replace Dawson and Mary Elizabeth Winstead, who plays General Syndulla, with Clint Eastwood and Lee Van Cleef. This thing would rock. See, I don't know if I agree with him on this. Because he's basically saying if you just put Clint Eastwood and Lee Van Cleef in the place of, Syndulla and Ahsoka, and it's like, but it would still be those two men circling a table and talking, essentially having a soap opera dialogue about stuff that happened in a past TV series that doesn't advance the plot. It's just reminiscing about character drama. Like, that's not what men need to be doing. So I don't know if I agree with Chato on this, because I really do think the writing is fundamentally broken in Ahsoka. It is bad dialogue, folks. It is bad dialogue. But I take his point. That, dude, Mary Elizabeth Winstead, I think she honestly is maybe the most insufferable on the Ahsoka show. I actually quite liked Syndulla. She was actually one of the characters on Star Wars Rebels I liked the most because she was the least wacky. She had an aggressive personality, a kind of bubbly personality. Bubbly's not the right word. She had a kind of cocky. She had a cocky personality, but she also was mature and was strategic. And she was a true leader in Star Wars Rebels. I liked her because she was the least Saturday morning cartoon for me. Her and Kanan were like the least cartoonish of the characters. And so I did not like Zeb. Zeb was a big comic relief joke most of the time. I didn't like Sabine because, SJW, who cares? Ezra was fine, but the problem with Ezra was that he was definitely he's kind of a kid wish fulfillment fantasy. is a little bit what he was. So I didn't like it. Chopper. I do like. Chopper is great. A sarcastic asshole robot. Totally here for that. But I liked Syndulla and Kanan because they had a level of actual maturity to their characters and tactical thinking. Mary Elizabeth Winstead, she basically plays this character like a boring, low energy snot who is constantly on half a dose of Ambien. This character is awful. I don't even know what Filoni was thinking when he cast. She's not even anything like Syndulla from Star Wars Rebels. She doesn't act like her at all. I don't even understand this interpretation of the character, quite frankly. So what women need to do to be badasses, women need to just continue. They need to be women that are badasses. That's what they need to be. When they try to be women that are acting like male badasses, it's just frankly as cringe as if a man were trying to act like a female badass, which is what I would call a male feminist. Dude, I don't know about you. She's pretty hot. She's pretty hot in that scene. All the women, quote, all the women here, this is Chato again, all the women here are boring, including baddie Shin Hati, played by Ivana Sakno, who is dwarfed by Ray Stevenson, playing Baylan Skoll, which that's the only cool name in the Ahsoka series right now, Baylan Skoll. Every time he sends her off to kill people, it looks like he's letting a chihuahua off its leash. You go, girl. Oh, that's so. Apply cold water to burn. Female badassery is best when it's don't you touch my children, bitches. Women do Mama Bear really well. Lack of emotion does not make things more dramatic. He finished his mini rant. You know, he's exactly right about this. This is a good point. Paul Chato's point here, that what is really draining the charisma from these characters is they seem to think that a lack of emotion in the scene, in the character, in the dialogue is what equates to serious and important and mature and mysterious and badass. And it doesn't. It is just boring. It's Charlie Hunnam. Is it Hunnam? Charlie Hunnam. Looking like a badass, looking like a beast. The guy doesn't seem to age. Snyder's comments about Butella's character, returning to the subject of Rebel Moon here, being the heart of the film, also appears to contradict what Zack Snyder previously told Vanity Fair about the film. Previously, Zack informed the outlet that a so-called non-binary character named Milius is the heart of the film. Oh my God. He said, I think it's heart. That really is their specialty. In a lot of ways, they have the purest motivation to fight. He added, everyone else is battling some past demon, whereas Milius feels my world was destroyed, and it was very similar to this world. I didn't get a chance to defend it, so I choose this one to defend. See, this is why I think the non-binary thing is such bullshit. It's like, if a male is acting slightly feminine, just let him be a feminine male. If a woman is acting super butch and masculine, just let her be a woman who's acting super butch and masculine. There's no reason to inject all this absurd, nonsensical, meaningless gobbledygook about non-binary and using plural pronouns for the singular. It's ridiculous. Because what it implies is that you're not somehow a real man if you are feminine. You're not somehow a real woman if you're not feminine. Or what did I say? You're not a real man if you're feminine. You're not a real woman if you're masculine. The reality is males and females have a spectrum of personality expression. It's like, just let them be. Movies used to do this. I have no issue with a female in a movie who's just butch. Hello, Michelle Rodriguez. Like, she's always been a super butch woman, and it works for her. She was actually pretty charming in what was it? Dungeons and Dragons, Honor Among Thieves. She was super charming in that movie, being a super butch, woman warrior. It works really well for her. It always has. She does not have to go by they, them pronouns. She does not have to renounce her womanhood because she's butch and masculine. She doesn't have to do that. She's still a woman. She's still Michelle Rodriguez. She still kicks ass. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing needs to be changed. This is the absolute arrogance of the woke mind virus, by the way. It is that nature has unfolded in its perfect ability. Wayne Dyer had this great quote about how the source of all creation, the universe, nature itself, look at it. Just look at a tree. Look at the sky. Look at the stars in the night sky. And notice how the entire universe is doing nothing and yet leaves nothing undone. Look at how a tree is doing nothing and yet leaving nothing undone. All of creation. And that is the absolute hubris and arrogance of the woke mind virus, is they think they are wiser and smarter than nature and the source of all creation. And they're dead wrong about it. Interestingly, returning to this article, earlier in the interview with IGN, the Snyders discussed how the film evolved from a Star Wars pitch he made to Kathy. Yes, we heard all that. It did evolve from a Star Wars pitch. Zach said, well, it was an evolution. When we started working on the idea, before even it was a Star Wars movie in my mind, it was a put a team together movie. There's an adult illustrated fantasy magazine called Heavy Metal that I always was in love with. Just the tone of that really was inspirational to me. Dude, that's pretty cool. He's kind of taking inspiration from Heavy Metal for this. I would love it. If this is really good, if Rebel Moon is really good, it's a totally original, sort of science fantasy, new world, and it just gives us badass characters. This could be awesome. Quote, even when I was in the early talks with Kathleen Kennedy about maybe making a Star Wars movie, I would say things like, maybe it could be rated R. And they would say, yeah, no, that's crazy. So I knew it was going to be a bit of a slog. But then, see, let me just pause here for a second. We talk about this a lot. How is it that seemingly, at least writers that seemingly had good credits on their record before, like Dave Filoni or Jon Favreau, how could they write a piece of trash like The Mandalorian Season 3? How could Sam Raimi, a brilliant director, the director of one of the greatest, arguably the greatest superhero film ever made, Spider-Man 2, how could he turn in a stinker like Doctor Strange Mom? Well, this is kind of the answer right here. Zack Snyder is trying to pitch a Star Wars movie, and he's already thinking, yeah, this is going to be a slog. Like, what if it were rated R? No, we can't do that. It's like there's no wonder that even good talent can't create in the Disney environment. Snyder said, but then after the sale, and they had their own sort of vision for what the Star Wars universe would be, it was clear to me pretty much at that point it wasn't going to be anything to do with this idea. And Debbie was super happy about that because she thought, Deborah then interjected, I was really happy. Well, I felt like he envisioned this as something that was wholly original. And I know after working a decade on DC what canon means and what it means to the fans. And I just felt like there would be too many rules and that he could really go kind of crazy if this were original and the handcuffs were off. And that's fair. Hat tip to the Snyders for recognizing that they wanted to do something very different and possibly not right for the Star Wars universe. And that when they were, they decided to make it their own thing, they're like, okay, cool. Now we can do our own continuity. Well, I'm all for that. I am all for that. If you think that you can't honor the source material, do new material. I think that's great. Based on the first film's first trailer and what the Snyders have previously discussed about the film, it appears to be extremely similar to what Lucasfilm actually created with The Force Awakens. It features a female warrior protagonist who recruits a team to take on an evil empire. Dude, I gotta tell you, okay, putting aside girl who's the key to everything, which is a tired trope. It's a cliche. I definitely agree. But that doesn't mean it can't work, and it can't work well. And yes, obviously we have a girl boss protagonist here. But that being said, look, I love Vi from Arcane. I love a badass babe. So if this is done well, it's done right, and it's her putting together a team, I got to tell you, my dear sailors of Starnauts, I like this dynamic. I like this angle of like she's putting a team together. And I do think Snyder is able to pull this off. Now, he's kind of hit or miss. Watchmen was excellent. 300 was excellent. Man of Steel was okay, in my opinion. I liked it, but had definitely its problems. But then you've got Batman v Superman. Oh my God. One of the worst superhero films of all time. I hate Batman v Superman. I hated it while I was watching it. I hated it. It was just, and the more I thought about it, the more I hated it. Dude, what? I'm sorry, but nothing will ever just in my mind fix the image of Batman beating Superman in the head with a porcelain sink. Nothing is ever going to erase that image from my mind. I laughed in the theater. I'm like, oh my God, there's something so not right about watching Batman beat Clark Kent with a sink. I don't even understand this image. Anywho. But I do think there's promise here. Oh, wait, let me go back to this big screen that. So the article goes on to say the main difference appears to be that in Force Awakens, Daisy Ridley's Rey appears to stumble upon the team to take on the First Order, while Butella's Cora has this idea after the agricultural planet she's fled to is occupied by the Mother World. Well, see, that's exactly right. That's exactly, this is the difference between Kurtzman's Star Trek, J.J. Abrams' Star Wars, Dave Filoni now and Jon Favreau's Star Wars. This is the difference. The characters in Mandalorian, Ahsoka, Boba Fett, Obi-Wan, the characters in Secret Invasion, they just stumble into shit. That's basically all they do is they just stumble into stuff. And what I like about what he's saying here about Rebel Moon is that she's actually like, oh shit, my planet's invaded. I need a team. By the way, this actually helps a lot with my concerns about the girl bossery here because, what were we talking about earlier in the stream? You need a good team, a good leader. Their strength is their team. And so the idea that she's got to recruit a team to help her suggests to me that she's a grounded character who's going to have to earn her success. These are strong elements, folks. Now, this is not me predicting this is going to be an absolute triumph or anything. It remains to be seen, but these are positive signs. Everything I'm reading in this article, I'm liking. I got to tell you. Snyder's film also appears to have a much larger cast with a wider array of backgrounds and abilities compared to The Force Awakens, which primarily focuses on Rey, but does introduce Poe Dameron, Finn, BB-88, and Maz Kanata. I do like how this world looks lived in. That's pretty cool. What do you make of Deborah Snyder's comments about Butella's character? Well, you've just heard the captain's comments on those, and I say it's promising. It is promising. Kind of, I'm getting an almost kind of Joss Whedon Firefly vibe from this universe also, which could be a good sign. Could be a good sign. I'm curious about the title. I'd like to know. I hope the title is not just literally referring to like one moon. Maybe it's like a concept or it's like a story, like it's a fable in this world, the story of the rebel moon and what it means to those fighting oppression. That could be cool. I'm interested. I hope there's a good reason for the title. I'm big about titles. Titles are very important to me. I feel like they should always have great weight and gravitas. Absolutely. So make sure. So did we cover everything in the stack of stuff? I think we just about did. Let's check out the chat for a second. Fu Man Blue had something in here. Oh, yes. Fu Man Blue had the technical manual for DS9 and Voyager. Oh, that's right. We already talked about that. I won't bring that up again. Fu Man Blue says the overalls do work. You are correct, sir. Yes, the overalls work. Watch Paul's reviews of the old fall preview TV guides. Oh, yes. I love Chato. I love Chato's takes on stuff. Tom says, swabbing the deck like nobody notices I'm late. Hey, Captain. Hey, Fu Man. Ahoy, Tom. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. No, I don't. Yes. What is... There's the Rumble chat. I'm getting like links in the Rumble chat. So I'm removing that. No, in the chat, do not drop links without context, please. I'm just defending against spam and potential malware. I must look after my audience. So I'm stoked on Rebel Moon. What do you guys think of this? I look, part of it is, as someone who is looking for good sci-fi or fantasy content, I'm just a little thirsty. Okay. We're thirsty out here. It has been a desert. It has been a desert of garbage. And look, I sometimes think maybe I'm the issue here. Like, how can every Disney Star Wars show be bad? Like, how can all of them be bad? And Andor is the one that I got some enjoyment out of. I still think, it has its problems. You could delete about a third of the episodes in Andor and lose nothing, but there's about a third of the episodes that are dynamite. But other than that, it's just garbage. I mean, I do see the trick they were playing with Mandalorian season 1 now. I still think if Mandalorian were still chugging along at like Mandalorian season 1 levels of writing, I think it would have been fine. I think season 3 would have been fine. But I'm telling you, I have not seen writing that bad in a long time. At least since the last Disney Star Wars show, I would say, or the next one. Or Secret Invasion. How can they write this much garbage? How can they? It's not possible. So, of course, I'm excited. If Rebel Moon is going to be good, I want this to be good. I do. And the funny thing is, whenever something comes out, I'm like its biggest fan. My default state of existence is I'm your biggest fan. When you announce you're going to give me an awesome Star Wars show, or you're going to give me an awesome Star Trek show, I am in your corner. I am on your side. It is when you release garbage and then we tell you, hey, hello, hey, Kurtzman, hello, JJ, hello. Some problems here. And then they say, well, the Force is female, screw you. Well, now you've decided to go a different way with this. You've decided to go a different way. And if we're going to go that different way, well, then, them's fighting words. But that is not the relationship I want to have with creatives. There's a great quote from Stephen Pressfield at the end of his amazing book, Turning Pro. I wonder if I could pull that. He talks about, like, it's basically a book written for like writers, creatives, artists, entrepreneurs. And he basically says, like, look, it's tough out here. I need your screenplay. I need your movie. I need your escapism for a rainy weekend. I need it. I want it. Whatever that amazing story you've got in you, write it, because we need it out here. And I'm like, I kind of love that sentiment. I love that sentiment because it's like, yes, I'm rooting for these things to be good. And so I'm hoping Rebel Moon's going to be good, because it doesn't have any of the baggage, sadly, of Star Wars. And I still believe, total fantasy. It's just a what if scenario. But like, if you could just, like Elon Musk bought Disney, I don't know how to make this plausible except to say Elon Musk buys Disney. And then he says, anyone that doesn't want to come to the office to work is now fired, which would get rid of everyone at Disney. And then he's like, okay, now we're going to hire writers to actually write real Star Wars. Dude, I mean, it could still be turned around, and it would require, I think you would have to rip the Band-Aid off. When James Gunn came into the DC universe, I was a little bit excited at first. I was on his side. I was in his corner. I was rooting for him. I was like, hey, this could be good. Rip the Band-Aid off. Totally redo it. We'll just reboot the whole DC thing, and we'll do it right this time. And he really was giving off the impression that was what he would do. And he was engaging with fans in a way that was, I wouldn't say it was combative. He was actually answering direct questions to fans on Twitter. He was sometimes a little bit defensive, but he was at least trying to hear them out and explain himself. And I thought that was a promising sign, because it's like, here's a creative who's not trying to have a combative relationship with the fans. And I thought that was a positive sign. But then they just started like making all these weird non-decisions. They just started making all these weird announcements, like Henry Cavill's here. Now he's, Henry Cavill's the new Superman. Now he's not. Or Henry Cavill is doing a new Superman and now he's fired. And then it's like, oh, Flash is going to reset the whole timeline. But no, it's not. Batman is not part of this universe, but also kind of is. What? Like, it's so confusing, and it has ruined all of the stakes. It's ruined all the investment. And it's like, dude, this is not the way you do it. You rip the Band-Aid off. You say, all right, everything you just watched did not happen in Force Awakens. Everything from Force Awakens forward didn't happen. And you just start and you do one thing at a time until you have a system that is working. But absent that fantastical scenario, this Rebel Moon, I think, is the next best thing. I think it's the next best thing. Hey, so that's pretty much the Captain's Cast, but I want to do a little overtime. I want to do a little overtime just for fun. How about some overtime? Let's see. Fu Man Blue says, Star Fury said he couldn't see anything. Problem with the stream? Let me know. Let me know. I see the stream seems to be coming through on my end. Checking the back end. Okay, cool. Looks like we're no problem. All right, cool. Okay, so let's do a little Friday Night Tights reaction. I watch Friday Night Tights and I'm thinking the Captain has got to get in this because I have things to say. So let's just pretend I was on Friday Night Tights, shall we?
Current culture, so they speak English and Spanish at home. Like that's who it's for.
Benny.
And I don't.
Hat tip Nerdrotic, subscribe and like and subscribe to Nerdrotic's channel, the premier best nerd live stream on the internet is Friday Night Tights.
I don't think that has very broad appeal.
No, I think it could work as like reverse or just propaganda to South America to like not come to America. They're like, oh fuck, I don't want to come here. They're like
talking about Blue Beetle.
Not do not come. Do not come.
Do not come. Oh, I don't have
that. I want to mention, by the way, we treat Oppenheimer for guys, Barbie for girls. Barbie had a huge mainstream appeal. Loads of guys liked it too, and it's a shame because it's shit for both of them. As far as I'm concerned,
this is why I love Mahler. He's so right about this because it's like, because basically Benny asked, what the panel thought of Barbie, and they were kind of getting into it, and Chrissy was like, well, you can it's a movie with feminism in it, but it's not man-hating. That's kind of Chrissy's position on it. And I just love Baller because he honestly cares less, I think, about the political side of it. All he cares about is it good story? And he's like, dude, it's a shit story. It's a shit story. It's not good. And I agree with him because that movie was depressing to me. And Shad, I think he makes the point in this that I like, which is that it's just not it's not inspiring.
women shouldn't really like Barbie that much. The fucking payoff. You telling me like, oh, guys love it when he slays the dragon or the robot king is taken down with all these like hacking and missiles, but the girls like it when the girl rants about how hard it is to be a lady in this world because the men
and
are
gets
so
a vagina.
Talk about how we're fat. Like what
well,
the fuck?
I'm totally in line with.
Have you watched Simcast?
Here, like I actually think when we think of Barbie as being negative towards men but a positive, message for women, my opinion, I think it's actually got a very negative message for women because it really the whole theme of Barbie is to emphasize in a really big way that women are victims and insecure. And the whole line of it's impossible to be a woman. That is a very significant moment of the film where they just want to hammer that home. It's impossible to be a woman, and then it doubles down on all these insecurities and stuff like that. Now, unfortunately, I actually think that does resonate with a lot of women. Like it seems like that's the case, and you can kind of see why when someone tells you that your life is really, really hard, but if you are making any level of adequate life with it being so hard, suddenly you're achieving more without changing anything because you're a victim suddenly, but you're still doing the same thing. And honestly, that does resonate with a lot of people. And I think Barbie has that message intentionally, and it's not a positive thing.
You haven't.
This point that Shad made there is freaking brilliant. And I totally agree with him because I think, this is the problem with Barbie. The complaints that the characters make in the film about being a woman, frankly, aren't specific to women. First of all, like for example, you're supposed to be a leader, but you can't squash other people's ideas or be mean to people. It's like, but that's not an expectation of leadership in men, huh? So it's like it doesn't even really make sense that this is specifically the plight of women. But then the other thing about it is a movie that is throwing a pity party. It is a movie that is about characters throwing a pity party for themselves. And yes, that is appealing to a lot of people because it essentially says like, well, it's not your fault. It's not that you're not doing more. It's that you're doing a lot, but the world won't let you have what you deserve. The interesting thing is I think this message is very appealing to men. I think that message is very appealing to men because I think that's where things like the red pill community, the MGTOW communities on Reddit, I think that's where that comes. I'm not talking about red pill in general. I'm talking about there's specifically groups where men get together to bitch about how awful women are and how stacked against them dating is and how unfair it is. They usually bitch about Chads being the worst people in the world, all that sort of thing. And, it's tempting. It's tempting sometimes to throw a pity party for yourself and think, I'm so put upon and I have it so hard and blame. In other words, what it is it is a time honored tradition among human beings to blame others for the conditions of their life. And it's a temptation all of us are susceptible to. But, I find that a despicable attitude. I find that an attitude that is not going to serve anyone. It's not going to make anything better, least of all the people complaining. So men that want to go in those groups and complain, I think that's just as pathetic. So when I see a movie that's essentially the equivalent of men on a MGTOW group bitching about women, that's what this Barbie movie is. And I think that isn't a positive thing for women. It isn't a good thing for mothers and daughters to see that. And what I find interesting is Gran Turismo, that I reviewed earlier in the stream for Tom. No, I'm just kidding, Tom. I'm so glad you're here, buddy. If you missed my review on Gran Turismo, I was pointing out that here's a movie about and the movie does not make a point of this at all. I'm only making a point of it as relating to this argument that I'm making. Here is a character who is a half-black young man in England. You could easily spin a woke critical race theory narrative about how the reason he's never had an opportunity to race cars is because he's not there is a rich, spoiled white guy in the movie that's his nemesis, but it's never because he's white that he's the nemesis. It's because of his character. It's because of his personality that he's the nemesis. And frankly, I don't even think it vilifies rich people specifically. It just vilifies people that, they think they can just buy their way to everything. Which so anyhow, my point is the film could have easily built a narrative around that, but it didn't. It was a movie about, and the kid could have easily been hateful of his father. He could have been a character who hated his father for not understanding his gaming, for not understanding his dream of being a race car driver. The whole narrative of the film could have just been about how he needs to just tell his father off and stop living in the shadow of this sad old man who's stuck in the past. And it's like there's a moment in the film where his father disapproves. I'm talking about Gran Turismo now. Jan, the main character, is finally getting his opportunity to race cars, and he's getting his helmet ready for I think it's his first race in the film. It's a very frightening and dangerous moment for him. His father does not approve of what he's doing. His father thinks this is a pipe dream. His father thinks he should be more like his older brother, who's a sports star. And so you've got all this tension between him and his father, but his father used to play professional soccer, I believe. So Jan has the team logo, a sticker of the team logo for the team that his father used to play for. And his father's not there. His father doesn't even know he's on this racetrack, but he puts that sticker on his helmet. And then he puts the helmet on when he gets into the race car. Now, and that is to me one of the most crucial emotional beats of the film. I seriously was like, it was powerful. It was powerful because it showed that even with his father disapproving him, even with his father not understanding him, even with his father not even present to support him, he's still thinking of how he loves his father and admires his father's accomplishments. And even though his father doesn't understand it, he is still going to do this in honor of his father. And I think that is a powerful message. And so what I am saying is I agree with Shad here in that this self-indulgent self-pity is not serving women in the Barbie film any more than it would have been serving men, fathers and sons, who were going to see a movie about a bitchy, bratty teen who thinks his father's an asshole, who blames all of his problems in life on racism, and that's the reason he can't drive race cars. That wouldn't have been good for men either. It's great point by Shad here.
Entire community that's popped up on social media over the last few years called the Red Pill community that basically does that, but for men.
Yeah,
right?
there you go. Ryan making the point about the Red Pill community.
Yes.
It tries to make men feel like they're the victims of everything, like
Yes.
women are out to get them, right? So like there is messaging like that on both sides right now.
Yeah,
that does appeal to
100%.
people. And I think that if you would reverse that speech, I think you can have an entire paragraph of stuff that would be relatable to living as a man as well. Like in terms of,
you can't. I even have it handy because I actually wrote specifically. I listed it. I listed all the things in the Barbie movie. I'll find it for you right now. It's in the stack of stuff still. Where is it? Oh yes, I have it. I have it listed. Women's complaints. I made a separate stack for this. So this was the list of complaints in the Barbie film that the mother, Gloria, is basically saying that. And by the way, if this had been tongue in cheek, or if this had been like kind of semi-parody or had a sense of awareness about it, that would have been one thing. This is considered the moment in the film where the troops are being rallied for their victory. So it is dead serious. This is dead serious in the Barbie movie when she says this. And she basically just says, here are the complaints. Being a woman. It's impossible to be a woman. You always have to be extraordinary, but somehow you're always doing it wrong. You have to be thin, but not too thin. You have to say you want to be healthy, but you can't say that you want to be thin. You have to have money, but you can't ask for money because that's crass. You have to be the boss, but you can't be mean. You have to lead, but you can't squash other people's ideas. You're supposed to love being a mother, but don't talk about your kids all the damn time. Be a career woman, but also be looking out for other people. You have to answer for men's bad behavior, but if you point that out, you're complaining. You have to stay pretty for men, but not so pretty that you tempt them too much or threaten other women because you're supposed to be part of the sisterhood, but always stand out and always be grateful. And even though the system is rigged, and find a way to acknowledge that, but always be grateful. Never be old, never be rude, never show off, never be selfish, never fall down, never fall, show fear, get out of line. It's too hard, too contradictory. No one ever gives you a medal or says thank you. And it turns out you're doing everything wrong, but everything is your fault. And I think, most of this, you could just make this a man giving this speech. It's impossible to be a man. You have to be extraordinary, but somehow you're always doing it wrong. You have to be buff, but not too buff so that you're spending all your time in the gym all the time, but you have to say that you take good care of yourself. As a man, you have to have money, but you can't brag about having money because that's crass. You have to be the boss, but you have to be nice. You have to take everyone's feelings into account. You have to lead, but you can't squash other people's ideas, especially women's ideas. You're supposed to love being a dad, but you don't want to talk about your kids all the time. I mean, you could seriously make this about men. You could just say you have to be emotional, but you can't cry in movies because that's just not hot. So my point is now the point is anyone can make a list of complaints. So there you go. Absolute proof that Ryan Cannell, the angriest man on the internet, is correct.
The differences in what the expectations are on men in society as opposed to as women that are different. Because guess what? Men and women are different. And I think that is a big take on the movie. But I know. But like in terms of like, it was a big split, like 70-30, 70% women.
Az annoys the hell out of me a lot of the time, but I admire how he's so committed. Like he's like, no, I'm gonna be annoying no matter what.
Went to see this. That's a big fucking split in terms of like the difference between genders going to see certain movies.
Well, that's how it relates to what we talk about with Captain Marvel too. That it was like 40% women saw Captain Marvel, which was made for women, and the Marvels will be made for women, and it'll be probably less. It'll probably
like did you guys see that image of Justin Trudeau with his weird son wearing pink going to Barbie? Did you guys see that?
I thought he was fucking that dude. Then I found out he was
I thought that was the guy he was pulling blood out of and replacing his own blood with. So.
Quarter Black had the best. It was his blood donor. Oh, dang it. Should have done the full screen. Sorry. But anywho, all right, there you go. So that was the captain's thoughts on the Friday Night Tights discussion on Barbie. It's so true with Captain Marvel too. It's like, so I think this is what is frustrating. I think for to be a male fan these days of any IP. Here's the deal. Every single woman has to appeal to women. It has to pass the Bechdel test. It has to be for women. It has to be inclusive of women. Every single film. However, it is totally okay if men have no films. Men have no films that are appealing to every film has to appeal to women. It is totally okay if no film is made for men. It's like, this wasn't made for you. It's like, so we can't have Star Wars. We can't have Star Trek. And the funny thing is, it's not to say that like there isn't crossover. No matter what, a movie that's made primarily for women, there's going to be men in the audience. There's going to be men who care. And there have always been ardent, passionate Star Trek and Star Wars fans that are women. Of course there are. So the point is this weird obsession with taking a property that tends to appeal to men and then insisting that we're going to make it appeal to women with all this girl bossery nonsense. It's not even accomplishing that goal. And so I don't actually think that is the goal. I think to the extent they think that's their goal, that is their rationalization for their subconscious actual motive, which is revenge. It is revenge. For whatever reason, this bunch that are the Force's female crowd that's constantly bleating about this nonsense, their complaint is that men you've had it too good for too long, and it's time for you to take your lumps. And so it's really not about including more. It's not about broadening the tent. It's actually about getting into the tent and kicking out the people you think shouldn't have been in there, and then closing it and pulling. It's mixing metaphors here, but pulling the ladder up behind you and being like, "Ha, we didn't even want this sandcastle, but now you can't have it either." That's really what this is about. This is what gives us things like Ahsoka. This is what gives us things like Secret Invasion, She-Hulk. This is where this shit comes from. It's a mentality of we actually don't even want this. We just don't want you to have it. The woke want to salt the earth. And the funny thing is, they're actually in retreat, I would argue right now. Doesn't mean they're beaten. But they are very much in retreat these days, and they're salting the earth behind them. It's like, have you noticed? They seem a little more vicious than normal, I think. So, but anyhow, the good news is there are those who are getting it, like those two executive producers on that manga adaptation I just showed you, that have kind of learned the lesson from Cowboy Bebop, that the fans want faithful adaptations. And at the end of the day, when we win this culture war, and when we have restored beauty and good storytelling and craftsmanship and work ethic and fidelity to the source material, to storytelling. And we've inspired a new generation of young dreamers of both genders, of all two genders, and all walks of life. It will be our side of this that will extend the olive branch, as it always has to be. It will be us that say, what we seek is not revenge. What we seek is not the destruction of all the things you like. What we seek is a restoration of balance, a restoration of beauty, a restoration of what true inclusion is, which is there's something for everyone. There is something for everyone. Not in every property. Not every property is going to have something for everyone. Not every film is going to have something for everyone. Some do. Most won't. But everyone will have something they can appreciate. And so what we seek is the end of revenge. The end of revenge. And that is the captain's final thoughts for this Captain's Cast. I just kind of swerved into that, into that fortune cookie wisdom for you. So Fu Man Blue says, as is FNT's MVP. I like, that's an interesting, yeah, who is it? As for you, huh? You pick As? Who do I think is the MVP on Friday Night Tights? I kind of think it's Shad. I freaking love Shad. I just live for whatever Shad thinks about things. I really do. I love that he's a swordsman and a historian, so that probably is a point in his favor. But before Shad was on the show, who would I say is the MVP? I mean, it's a little obvious, but probably Gary. Probably Gary. But you know who I do think is kind of the unsung hero of FNT, though, is Chrissy. Because Chrissy her jokes are incredibly funny. Like, she drops bombs on that show that I mean, they absolutely on the floor laughing. It is so funny, and nobody on the panel heard her. And that drives me crazy. I'm like, dude, nobody heard what Chrissy just said, because the guys are talking and then Chrissy will say this joke and it's devastating. And about half the time, Gary will hear it and it's about like a third of the time, Gary will hear it, but no one else will hear it. And he'll laugh and he'll play the little rim shot sound and he'll be laughing uproariously about it to himself. And nobody else heard what Chrissy said. Another third of the time, everyone hears it and laughs. Another third of the time, nobody hears what she said. And it's just me laughing. I'm like, how did that? I can only hope that the rest of the audience heard it. It's like, because it's hilarious. So anyway, Chrissy is freaking hysterical, by the way. I went to her stand-up comedy in Las Vegas. You know what surprised me the most is she had about half of her show was a rehearsed set. About half of it was a rehearsed scripted set. The other half of it was just her improv working the crowd. It was hilarious. I'm sure there's probably a few tactics that she uses that are like repeat tactics, but I'm telling you, it was half improv. And she was hilarious. She could just pick someone out of the crowd and just ask them questions and just turn it into a whole sketch. Hilarious. So yeah, she's really the unsung hero of FNT, I think. Fu Man Blue said Chrissy is a comedy sniper. That is a great way to put it, Fu Man Blue. She is. She's like, she'll spend like 30 minutes just lining up her shot, and then she'll hear something and just fire off a one-liner or like a pun, and it's devastating. It's like devastating. No, it's hilarious. Yeah, she's not like Gary when he tells everyone to shut up so he can tell his dumb dad jokes. It is his show. It is his show. Yeah, I would say, you know what I would say though? I think you've just got to be rowdy on that show. I really do. I think like, yeah, it's a little annoying sometimes when Gary is like, yeah, no, be quiet, because then he'll talk over people. But I just think that's how it is. Like if you want to get your point in, you just got to ram it in. You just got to talk over him and just pick your spots. And that's just kind of how it is. So, and it's funny because like some of the guests they have on the show are really good at this and some are not. Like some are not. And the one, like they had Poor Baggage Claim was on there, I think, one time. And she's such a sweet person that like she just couldn't get a word in, you know. But then you have like someone like Drew Hernandez. He's on that. Oh my God, you can't shut that guy up. So like you just have to be kind of a scrapper. Got to be kind of a scrappy YouTuber, I think, to be on Friday Night Tights. I actually think like the way Critical Drinker runs his stream with Open Bar, he's actually much more moderating than I see on a lot of other panel shows. He'll kind of like go one, but he tends to get most of the say, which makes, I mean, not surprising. But that tends to be a more polite panel show, I would say. Midnight's Edge is like the most polite panel show that I've seen. They all are careful to give everyone their say. And that's probably, if the captain did a stream, that's probably how I would do it. If I had multiple people on the show, it's probably how I would do it. But I'll tell you what, if I ever get on Friday Night Tights, I promise you, I'll be scrappy. I promise. That's a captain's promise. Yeah, Baggage. Look, it's not her fault. It's just, look, and I'm not even saying it's a failing. It's not a failing of your personality if you can't hang on Friday Night Tights, because look, it's perfectly legitimate to say, I find it, frankly, when I first started watching that show, I did find it annoying. I was like, these people all talk over each other. How's anyone supposed to get anything out of this? But then as I listened to it more, I just accepted that that's just the way the show is. And then I just kind of started to like it. It's a bunch of nerds in a comic book shop arguing with each other. That's just how it is. Like, that's just what it is. So I totally am sympathetic to anyone who's like, look, it's fine. That's their deal. I don't like that way of doing things. I'm not going to go on it. Nothing at all wrong with that. Nothing at all wrong with that. So it's not in any way a criticism of anyone that can't hang on that show. But like, you got to be able to hang. You just got to be able to. But I do think it's the other thing though, too, is like, it takes really sharp, I think it takes a lot of skill, because neither do you want to be a bag of wind that's constantly talking over everyone. You don't want to be someone who's constantly dominating the conversation all the time. So that's kind of a needle. It's a needle you got to thread. Yeah, the boost that any guest gets is worth it. Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of which, your captain, I plan to be working on some more networking. Kind of get this channel cooking. It's my goal. So we will be working on that. But I'll tell you what, when in Rome. So if I were on the Friday Night Tights, I'd be scrappy. I would be, but respectful. Always respect. In fact, I owe a great debt to Friday Night Tights, because like I had 8 subscribers and I did a super chat on FNT, and I got an immediate bump to 100 subscribers just from that. So hail, Captain, salute to the fellowship. I am eternally grateful. I'm grateful to FNT. I'm grateful to the Critical Drinker. Like, this channel wouldn't exist if not for the Critical Drinker, because his channel was the alt-right pipeline that got me, that indoctrinated me into all the. But I just found all these. It just took me down this rabbit hole. I found Gary. I found Mahler. I just found all of them, and it was by watching their content that I'm like, that's what I want to do. I was like, that's the kind of thing I want to do, because a lot, before that, I was listening to all these marketing gurus. Oh, you got to have a podcast. You got to have a podcast about this, or you got to have a blog about that. And I just was like, I don't know. And then it wasn't until I saw what they're doing, and I'm like, dude, that's what I want to do. Actually, to be honest, Chris Gore probably has my favorite. He kind of has probably my favorite style of any of the YouTubers I follow. I just love how he does Film Threat. I just think it's fun. It's classic. I was a teenager in the 90s, and so his kind of 90s like style that he does for that show is it's probably nostalgic for me too. Fu Man Blue says Benny is great, but he doesn't know much about the topics, but he's into them. I think that's kind of refreshing sometimes, though, because he's respectful. He's not even that he's just an awesome dude, but I think it's the fact that he's not just respectful of the topics, he's interested. Like, he's curious about them. Like, there's genuine curiosity when he's asking, hey, what do you guys think about this or that? I haven't seen it. People are saying this. What's your take on it? Like, I actually think that's kind of interesting because, I am a lifelong fan of the greatest radio podcast personality of all time and the most accomplished and successful, Rush Limbaugh. Rush Limbaugh. And one thing I love, Rush Limbaugh had a saying, which was the caller's job is to make the host look good, because he'd have callers call in. And what he meant by that was not that the caller was supposed to like lavish praise on the host. He actually didn't like that. There was a whole thing about Rush Limbaugh where he had a shorthand with his audience, if you don't know, which was if you call this show, instead of saying, "Oh, Rush, it's such an honor. I've been trying to call you for so many years. I'm so glad to talk to you. You're my favorite this. I love you so much that." Instead of all that, he'd say, just say mega dittos. Just say mega dittos. And the reason why is it was a shorthand way of just, yep, I know, and I appreciate it, and dittos back to you. Now, what's your point? And it was because he wanted to get to the content of what they were saying. So what he meant by that was say something that prompts the host to say something interesting. That's how you make the host look good. You prompt the host to say something interesting. And I always thought that was a really interesting way of looking at it. So I think a really good guest on Friday Night Tights should make the panel look good. And the way they make the panel look good is by prompting interesting discussions. And I think Benny actually did that really well last Friday. I think because he was asking kind of questions that normally a nerd would not be asking because they've seen all this stuff, they've watched it all. The fact that he was approaching it from a little bit of someone kind of outside of that world was prompting the panel to have really interesting discussions like that Barbie discussion, because what prompted that whole Barbie discussion was he said, I haven't seen it. I've heard all this stuff about it. What do you guys think about it? Is it this or is it that? And it prompted that whole panel discussion. So I think that's actually a feature, not a bug. Sometimes, not always. Sometimes you need to have just some good old fashioned red meat for the fans, but occasionally it's good to have, someone kind of new. I will tell you though, when Gavin McGinnis was on that show, what he did, and just frankly, his entire appearance, I was furious. I was, dude, Gary's attitude towards him. I'm like, all right, you're entitled, because Gary was like, whatever, he's a troll. I don't care. He's not going to take this channel down. Screw him. I was kind of, but my attitude was like, if I were Gary, I'd be like, I don't ever want to speak to you again. You're not welcome anywhere where I am. Like I would have, and that's not because he had views I didn't like. That was because of what he did, which if you don't know, he exposed himself. He rage quit, flashed everyone. It was, but here's the thing. While he was as disrespectful and rude to nerds as possible. And I was totally fine with his appearance, because a lot of people are like, why would you even have this guy on? And I'm like, see, this is the mistake the wokies make. Is they're like, I won't talk to that. That guy supports Trump. We can't talk to him. And I'm like, dude, I am the opposite attitude. If there's some guy out there, like, I would love it if like Matt Walsh was on an episode of Friday Night Tights. I would love that, because I would love to have all those guys a proper challenge to him, because he's constantly bagging on anime. He's constantly bagging on video games and nerd culture and superheroes. He bags on all of it, which is fine. He's entitled to that. It's his opinion. I have no issue with that. But my point is, he's never challenged by anyone that is a match for him arguing. And I think him on Friday Night Tights, I think Jeremy, Shad, I think they'd crush him. I think they would really, and it would be great, and it would be valuable, and it would be a useful debate. So I am all for talking to people who have no respect for nerds, who have no respect for their culture. I am totally fine with that. I want to engage with them. What pissed me off about but that doesn't change the fact that I consider Gavin McGinnis just an asshole. He is an asshole. He's a piece of shit. He's a coward. And, I got no use for that guy. And I loved it. I loved it that Jeremy and Hat Tip D-Day Cobra, Jeremy and Shad were the only two on that panel that were giving him a real pushback. I was disappointed in Gary on that episode. Gary was kind of quiet. he'd kind of make a point here and there. I'm like, it was Jeremy and Shad that were like taking him to task. And I think they were eviscerating his argument. And I think that's why he rage quit. He rage quit because Jeremy and Shad kicked his ass. And Shad did it with that quiet Australian reason that was so, but Jeremy was feisty and I liked it. I liked it that Jeremy was feisty and he was just, so if you don't know what I'm talking about, we're in overtime, folks. We're in overtime. Captain is in overtime. I liked it. I'm talking about Gavin McInnes, the leader of the Proud Boys. Who are they? I don't honestly know much about them. What I read about them, I don't really care. Don't really care for Gavin McInnes or anything that he thinks. But they brought him on Friday Night Tights because he thinks nerd culture is stupid. Video games are stupid. Comic books are stupid. Superheroes are stupid. Whatever. And they were basically saying, like, look, this is why the woke have won. This is why the woke control everything, because assholes like you, poo-pooing anything that is nerd culture, you're sticking the muds, you're boring, you're obnoxious, you've alienated the youth, you've alienated the culture, you've alienated, you've opted out of creating art, and now these crazy, hateful lunatics control all of it. And that is your fault. And Jeremy freaking, he just freaking ripped him to shreds on that. And I loved it. So anyway, I'm talking about that because I don't know, because I feel like talking about it because it interests me. That's why. And this is the Captain's Cast. And guess who's the captain? Me, your host, Captain Garrett, here on the Swords and Starships channel. And that was my long way of saying, I appreciate Friday Night Tights and all those other channels I mentioned for inspiring, helping me figure out this is kind of what I want to do. That's the vibe I'm in. That's what I like. This is what I do. Look, all the things I talk to you about with these movies, this is what I do with people in my life. Hey, Garrett, what did you think about that movie? This is exactly how I tell it to them. So I'm basically, and I used to have people at work that would come to me and I was a little flattered, but they'd be like, I really just need to know what you think about this movie before I say anything. And I'm like, I really should have a blog. This was back in the days when it was more like have a blog. But anyway, Pooh Man Blue, Shad and Jeremy really shined that night. They did. Gavin McInnes is a piece of shit. He is an absolute piece of shit. And I appreciate, and I'm totally happy. I am happy to have a discussion with a piece of shit. I think I was fine with that up until he exposed himself and endangered that channel. And that was when I was like, wow, you're a coward. What a coward. With a very small dick, by the way. He might be transing because it was hard to find, is my point. But yeah, Shad was like really making excellent reason points. And you could just tell he had no answer for them. He had never considered, you know what it's like? It's like the wokies, right? They have these arguments that are based upon straw man arguments of their opponents. They don't actually know what their opponents really think about anything. Like, I love talking to people that are like super, super like, they would say pro-choice. I would say pro-abortion. Oh, geez. Oh, no. Now I'm going to get my channel. Anyway, but they would talk about things like that. And they would say, well, the pro-life crowd, they just want to control women's bodies and this and that. And it's like, that's not, but you don't actually hear the arguments that the other side makes, though. You don't actually understand the arguments of the other side. I understand the arguments that the wokies make. I understand all of their arguments. And I am always interested to look, I'm just curious about how other people think. I just am. So I always am interested in what other people think about things and what do they really think about it. It's kind of a gift and a curse, frankly, because there's some pretty odious people in the world, and it's easy to just think of them as evil, but I'm usually more inclined to say, okay, but when they get up in the morning and look at themselves in the mirror, I assume that they think that they're a good person. So where are they coming from on this? And so that is a huge advantage that I think wokies don't have. And I think Gavin McInnes had a lot in common with a wokie, frankly, because on that it was clear he had never actually heard what real comic book fans are like. He had never heard what they really think about things or why they consider it important. He had never engaged with them in that argument before, and he was losing. He was losing badly. And he knew it. And instead of taking it like a man and defending his position or giving a little ground, admitting, you know what, you guys make some good points. I still don't think grown men should play video games, but you've got me thinking about some things. You know, that's all it would take. You don't have to totally wave the white flag. He could have at least done that, but he wasn't man enough to do that. He wasn't man enough. Couldn't handle it. So couldn't take the heat, so he rage quit. Loser. He's a loser. Which reminds me, actually, there was something, there was an interesting video. I'm not going to play all of it, but I just, well, what the hell? Well, just before we go, Think Before You Sleep, which I discovered on Friday Night Tights. He recently had a video. Yeah, it's his most recent one. So check this one out. Okay, yeah. We'll do this one.
I am a feminist.
I'm a feminist.
I'm a feminist.
I'm a feminist.
I'm a feminist.
So this is Think Before You Sleep. Hat tip, check out his channel. And he had this episode of the show Jubilee where they have 6 feminists, the whole concept of the show. 6 feminists, they're going to get them together. One of them's lying. One of them's not really a feminist. One of them's not really an ally. And we're going to find out who's not the ally. But what's so interesting about this is when they characterize what they think a non-feminist thinks about something, it's like a Saturday morning cartoon villain concept of what their opponent is. So they don't actually know. They're ignorant of what anyone who opposes their thought processes even is, because all they have to do is say, "Oh, well, you're a racist or you're a misogynist, so you don't count." Well, they're a misogynist. So I know what a misogynist thinks. A misogynist thinks women bad, hate women. And it's like they think that they understand everything. Never, what was it Ronald Reagan once said about our liberal friends? But I would say, to paraphrase Ronald Reagan, the problem with our woke friends is they know so much that isn't so. Let me see if I can just find
it all again the next day.
That was competitive. It means that you have.
I'm kind of like I'm not against it. I'm not like so much.
The question was, what do you think of trans women in sports?
I feel like I don't have a clear answer because with kids, like when you talk about kids doing it, I don't think with children, I think everyone should, everyone's the same. They have the same strengths and everything like that. But I think in professional sports,
look at the body language of these people. Look at how nervous. It's almost like there is a sense of dread, anxiety, and terror in almost all of these people in this moment. They're kind of shifting from foot to foot. That you can see tension in their facial expressions, and it's because they're waiting. Is she going to say something problematic? Is she going to say something problematic? And they're actually, I would argue, afraid. They're afraid of that because they don't want to see anything in their world that upsets the delicate equity, inclusion, and diversity balance, which is just and necessary. And so you can see that she is like a hostage. She is tiptoeing. She is tiptoeing through a minefield. She is already on a limb because she's even dared to suggest. This is like listening to Maoists or Stalinists or Nazis having to pass a purity test in each other's presence. These are cultists that are afraid of showing themselves to be impure. What a hellish world wokies live in.
Situations, I might need to educate myself more on this. So this might be what I need to come out of today.
Trying to prevent herself from getting in trouble. I understand. I may need to be re-educated. And re-indoctrinated. So please don't kill me.
But I think trans women still have more strength than women. But even saying that,
look at the look at this guy's face. He's he literally is they're squirming. They're squirming.
But I feel like it's not even exactly.
Wow, you can really see her winding up for that one. She did not want to directly answer that question out of fear of offending someone. Who exactly are the bullies here, by the way?
She didn't
Why
want
did
to
she
answer
feel like
it.
she had to apologize?
So she did not want to answer it in the way that someone in a witch trial in Salem is trying to dance around the issue of, is it okay to dance in the woods? Well, obviously I'm not a witch and I would never cast spells and I wouldn't ever dance and worship the devil. But I have heard, I mean, I may need to be re-educated on this, but I have heard that dancing is not a sin in some cultures.
Apologize for simply stating her opinion. You don't need to educate yourself, Emma. The difference in athletic ability is Emma feel her
You would say,
Yeah, like a slight
Okay.
advantage.
to say her opinion.
like they have an advantage. You would say.
Look at just the policemen. The policemen are like, you're on a limb here, bitch. You are on a limb here, bitch. But here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to suggest what you might be trying to say that will be ridiculous and problematic, but forgivable. And God help you if you dare suggest that I am not correct in my assessment of what you are stupidly saying.
Yeah, like a slight
Okay.
advantage.
So you might be against it, maybe.
I mean, it's yeah.
So you might be a heretic, maybe. So we might have to do the witch sink or float test.
I don't want to say that though, because then I'm not really supporting all women.
Okay.
But
I don't want to say that though, because then I would be admitting to witchcraft, and I'm not a witch.
So if it's professional, let's be honest. If you're good, you're good. I think if a transgender woman went up to play tennis against Serena Williams, and it's a transgender woman, she'll probably more than likely lose.
Yeah, because Serena Williams is one of the greatest of all
Exactly.
time.
So
Bad take. In the 90s, Serena Williams and her sister very famously lost to a male tennis player who was nowhere near the top. I mean, this is something that people pretty consistently bring up on the opposing side when the topic of sports comes up. So if
Dude, this guy is excellent. He's like the Mahler of like woke arguments. Like excellent.
Just skill.
yeah, so I think for sure, like there's some that like they're absolutely even, but I think in very limited areas of sport, then like there might be a slight advantage. But things, yeah, like tennis and soccer, like those type of things are all skill.
I can't believe that was just said. None of these people play sports. I'm going to maybe she does need to educate advantage to their training. We're division women.
The 100 long distance.
Because types are maxing everything out.
Sorry, I'm trying to get to that. There's like one little clip where I think it's this one, and not to skip over what he's saying because his commentary is excellent and he does amazing research. I just want to show the one part where it gets really witch trial like.
I fully disagree. I feel like feminism, you have to hold women accountable. Like there are women like J.K. Rowling who like leading and spearheading a transphobia movement in the UK, and you can't like hide behind feminism when you were literally hurting women.
Oh, totally.
Hold J.K. Rowling accountable for being a feminist who disagrees with you? That doesn't sound like a cult at all. I wonder what this person would say if I asked them, why do you think J.K. Rowling has an issue with the trans movement? Do you think this person, Emmett, would be able to accurately describe J.K. Rowling's beliefs? Or would Emmett radically misinterpret Rowling's beliefs and suggest that her lack of complete ideological conformity is causing people's lives to end?
I have no problem with about sports and stuff, but I also don't want to silence the J.K. Rowlings of the world because I believe in democracy.
Look at that expression. That says it all. Do you need any more evidence, my dear sailors and star nuts? The wokies, they are an anti-freedom movement. They are out for no more free speech. They want thought policing. They want no freedom of religion. And I just reminded myself of something I had forgot to talk about, which was Gunpowder. There's this 3-episode miniseries on HBO Max. It's about the gunpowder plot by Guy Fawkes to blow up Parliament in the 1600s. You've got to watch this show. It's excellent. There's some good sword fighting in the second episode too, and it's badass. It's bitchin'. It's also it's a good palate cleanser for the stupid lightsaber fight in Ahsoka. Ahsoka Tano, Bo-Katan, Sabine Syndulla. Who cares? Anyway, it was fascinating to watch this Gunpowder show because the premise of the show is it's the real historical tale of why Guy Fawkes was trying to blow up Parliament. And it was because at the time, Catholics were basically being hunted down, hung, burned at the stake, tortured to death, to be rooted out of England. And, Catholics had to basically practice in secret. They were being spied on. Their neighbors would report on them. It was hell. It was absolutely. It also, by the way, reminded me of why did colonists come to what is now the United States? Why did they come to America in the first place? They were fleeing. They were fleeing religious oppression. They were fleeing aristocrats who were silencing their right to speak and practice their religion. They were fleeing all those things. That's why we have the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, because they did not want the new United States to become what they were fleeing. And it's interesting, too, because the show also shows Spain. And in Spain, the Inquisition is doing the same thing to Protestants. The Catholic Inquisition is torturing and murdering all the Protestants in Spain. So but what's fascinating about it is the way that the Inquisitors talk to them, the way that they have to tiptoe around things and their subjects, the way that they talk about, oh, I heard so-and-so say at a tavern this and that. It's oh my God. We humans have not changed at all. We are exactly, if you think we are any different than we were in the burning the witches days, we are not. And this is the evidence of it. This is why I'm pointing this out, because when I'm watching Gunpowder, all I can think of is dude, these religious internecine wars about if you're a Catholic, you have got to go. If you're a Protestant, you have got to go. It is just like watching these awkward, goofy-looking people standing in this half circle, desperately looking back and forth oh my God, if I say something that gets me burned as a heretic, I'm in deep shit. And it's and it's so interesting, because if you are someone who actually believes in free speech, I mean, for real, okay, not someone who believes in what you think is okay speech. No, you believe in free speech. I think you would never react this way to hearing something you don't like hearing. You might be like, oh, that's bullshit, or I don't like that, or whatever, I disagree. But the way this person reacts with visible fear and this how dare you reaction is to me, this is much more typical of human behavior through history. I think it is unique. The idea of free speech is a very modern and unique and rare concept in human society. 99% of all human societies, there's no such thing as free speech. It is whoever is in control gets to decide what speech is allowed and what speech is not. And even the United States has certainly not historically always been perfect on free speech either. One of the very first things John Adams did in the very early days of the United States was pass the Alien and Sedition Acts. And in the Alien and Sedition Acts, you were not allowed to criticize the government. It was horrific. And it was in the early 1800s. It was the 1800s. So free speech has never been an easy thing to maintain, but just the fact that we believe in such a concept, as freedom of religion, I don't think people understand how precious that is. I don't think people understand how truly radically revolutionary that is in human behavior. And when I see this, I think wokies think of themselves as exceptional. They think of themselves as being of the highest moral character. They think of themselves as being uniquely enlightened in the annals of human history. And in reality, I see them as common. I see them as basic. I see them as cliche. I see them as a dime a dozen. I see them as no different than the Catholics and the Protestants duking it out in the 1600s. To me, it's the same shit, different day. That's what I see when I look at the wokies. By the way, sometimes some of the things I hear Matt Walsh say, I'm like, yeah, 1600s, bro. That's exactly what I see. I see that same mentality of you're evil, I'm not, you'll be purged, you're a heretic, I'm not. And I just think, in some ways, maybe we're too hard on the woke crowd, because maybe in some ways they're just doing what comes natural. They're just doing what comes natural. Burn the witches, or in their case, burn the racists. Burn the, where's the racist? Where's the turf? Find her, burn her. That's all they are. They're just doing what we humans like to do. Which may sound like a bit of a black pill, but it's not, because my point is not to say that there isn't reason to be happy and grateful, because at least we're not at the literal burning stage. We're not at that yet, which is good. That's good. We're still having this in the square of mostly the legal framework of things, which is good. That's progress of a kind. But what I would say is, it's not that we should look at it as a black pill, that humanity tends to go this route most of the time. I think the white pill here is that we ever realize this at all. The white pill, to me, is that human beings have ever in our history had an epiphany that, like, this is a bad way to be. What if we created a society based on the idea that every religion should have its say? What if we created a society that everyone should have freedom of speech and that no one should be governed by aristocratic title? That's good news. It's good news that we are the inheritors of societies that were founded generally on those principles, and we paid a very dear cost. Our ancestors paid a very bloody, grueling century after century after century of oppression, tyranny, rebellion, and oppression all over again for years. Desperate. Think of it. Think of piling into the Mayflower. This thing could barely. These things were known to tip over and sink, folks. Think of piling into that ship, sailing to a land where there is nothing waiting for you on the other side. There's no crops ready for you yet. There's no buildings built. Winter will be coming. And you're just getting in that leaky boat infested with rats. And you are just chugging over that ocean for 3 months. And you're hoping. You're hoping that something on the other side is worth. That is a freaking Hail Mary, folks. That is the Hail Mary of all Hail Marys. And when you think about that, you think about that is the price we paid to get to the point where we just say, my free speech. It's like, I'm talking of myself here, my free speech. It's like, that is a luxury. That is a luxury that I get to indulge in, to say I deserve to have free speech. It's like, dude, rivers of blood were shed for us to even have that concept. So while YouTube can be a bit irritating, they did block my stream for a while here. Here's what I will say. I am grateful to YouTube. I am grateful to YouTube for giving me this opportunity. I'm grateful to Rumble. I'm grateful for all of you in the chat. I am grateful to the United States of America. And I'm grateful to the United Kingdom, from which many of those ideas descend, and all of the Western world, and all of humanity. All of humanity. For getting us this far. And so that is my way of saying it is always going to be the few and the exceptional that, in my view, continue, even in hard times, to argue for those beliefs of freedom of speech. Because let me tell you something, freedom of speech means that the wokies get to have their say. So I could not possibly be committed to free speech and also want the wokies to shut up. I mean, I do, but I don't want to shut them up, is my point. I want them to have their say, and I want them to have their say for one, and the primary reason I want them to have their say is because it is their God-given birthright to have their say. I mean that quite seriously. They're going to lose the culture war, and they must. And that will mean that freedom is preserved for them and for us. That is what that means. Because I truly am happy for everyone to have their say. How's that for Captain's Cast? How is that for landing this bird? Well, I think we've had a good night. Tom, gotta go. Fu Man Blue is out. Great show. Thank you, Fu Man Blue, Tom, Star Fury, all in the chat. Everyone on Rumble, YouTube, X. Thanks for hanging out with me on a Sunday. I hope I made your day, your start to the week, a little brighter, a little happier, put a little pep in that step. And this is the Captain's Cast on the Swords and Starships channel, YouTube, Rumble, and X. Please do like, subscribe, share it out. Never give up, never surrender. Have heart, have faith. The universe will unfold as it should. Evil will undo itself in the end. The good will prevail. May not always be easy, but the clouds will part and the sun will shine out the clearer. So until next time, my dear sailors and starnauts, this is Captain Garrett saying, I will see you out there. I will see you out there.